Hello there. Hope everybody is doing wonderfully today on this Sunday. I know I've been a bit absent from Discord. I try not to be terribly, but this week I have been ill, as I did go ahead and make known in the Discord, just so that if people saw an absence, they weren't... I didn't think I was ignoring them. That was the... I've just been I've been sick, but I'm better now. Or I feel a lot better now than I did earlier. One second, I'm going to adjust this cord. There we are. But yeah, all in all, I'm feeling quite a lot better. I did take a look. Had a couple of people that were concerned about the static of a song. Had a look and tried to find the correct song. There are a couple of songs that actually have static in them. Most of them aren't terribly obtrusive, so I just tried to eliminate the ones that were the most obtrusive that I could find. But please do bear in mind that the playlist that I have going is usually... It's almost 1,000 songs that I have, and that are on this particular playlist. And so as a result of that, I may not have eliminated the correct one. So if you hear the correct one come back up again, I was having some technical difficulties last week, and I was kind of having to leave intermittently and take care of things. But this time, I'm hoping not to have any of those, and in the event that I don't, if you hear that come up again, please do let me know, and that way I can remove it right then and there. But I think I've tried to eliminate what seemed to have been at least the vast majority of the ones that happen to have the loudest one. So Ash says, Hey Ash, how are you doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully this weekend. I have a little bit of coffee and a little bit of water. It's not super early here. It's just coffee is kind of just a flavor thing. Break up the monotony of water. And also, I'm very sore. I was doing a project yesterday, and I was sick. I was still sick at the same time, and I'm having to do this project because we can't fit it in any other time. And, oh man. I think it was just in the intro, so try maybe adding more fade in, fade out would have worked. So I don't have any effects on the songs themselves. Everything is tied into a hardwood board, which is the PV20 model. If it did pop up, or if it pops up again, please let me know, because I tried to remove all of them that seem to be there were several that have the static in it. That's just the nature of lo-fi, but I tried to pick the ones that had that super loud, stinger intro, outro. But I don't have any fade in and out on them. It's all on a hardware knob for me. It's not a software thing. Again, I'm old-fashioned. I say that I'm old-fashioned because I am a bit older than the general demographic here. So I may not understand how to do that. That's why everything's on hardware for me. But if it does pop back up, let me know, and I'll just remove it altogether, because I don't want anyone's ears ruptured, depending on your preferred listening device. I'm all right just realizing there are way too many games that I need to listen. Yeah, just pick the ones you like. That's me. Right now, what I'm doing for myself is I'm just picking physical games up of, if I don't have a physical iteration of that game, or if it's only just released again, I'm picking up physical iterations of the games that I actually got to play and really enjoy. And I'm really, really rekindling, not that I have Wi-Fi ears ruptured all of a sudden. There were some people last time, and I don't know if you were in at that time. There were some people last time, I think Banjo here and I think Fighting Max were saying that there were a couple of songs, or a song maybe, that in the playlist that has the static at the intro and the outro, but it was a very loud, like abrupt static, and it was causing them some discomfort. So I wanted to make sure, if it's causing ear discomfort to people, I want to get rid of it. If it's unpleasant because it's not your taste in music, that's one thing. But if it's actually causing you physical issue because the static is jarring, that's a different thing altogether. I want to make sure I don't, I want to get rid of that. So that's the idea. So Banjo, if you recognize it again, or it pops back up, please do let me know right then and there. I didn't hear one in the intro that may have hit that or registered as that, but I'll comb, since there have only been about 5 songs that have played in the intro up until the point that you had said that, or 6 songs, I'm sorry. I will comb through those 6 songs and see if I can find it, but I'll at least just get rid of it if it's super jarring. So what I've been doing is I've been kind of rekindling. I'm not rekindling any loves that I've lost so much as it is that I'm going back to roots. I've never strayed far from them. I want to be very clear. I am very retro, and this whole 3D gaming, this and that and the other, battle royale, all that, none of that was around when I was growing up. None of that was a thing. You were... I grew up, I say this a lot of times, I grew up playing Atari, I grew up playing Pong, I grew up playing, some of the Intellivision games, and, I grew up with a lot of that, so, but my favorite system, I think I've said this already, is probably the Super Nintendo, and I've kind of been delving back into games that feel more in that era and making sure that I have the physical copies. Good examples of this would be Live Alive, which of course was a Switch copy came out, but it was originally a Super Nintendo iteration. Pierre Solar, which was actually a Sega iteration, but feels very Nintendo-y. The Octopath Traveler games feel very Nintendo-y, even though they've got a little bit more to them. Obviously, the Castlevania games, and specifically these ones that they've been releasing via Limited Run. Again, I'm not promoting Limited Run. I'm not in agreement with a lot of the way that they conduct, a lot of the things that they've done and the way they've conducted themselves business-wise. But they have been the only way to receive physical copies of games, the Metroidvania, Castlevania games, so I've been doing that. So that's kind of where I've been focusing my efforts most recently, though I've been trying to find a copy of Astrobot because you've recommended it so heavily. Oh, you actually just mentioned. Have you bought Astro yet? How come you don't own Astro yet? Have you played? That's funny. Because I talked with you about this a little bit privately. I want to get Astro really badly because you've recommended it so heavily, and you don't recommend every game this heavily. I mean, you're very. I feel like you're very fair in the way that you rate games. I feel like that you rate games based on what you genuinely did or didn't enjoy, and but I am very much a PS5 Pro. To me, is just a confirmation. Perhaps it's a confirmation that I didn't need. Perhaps it's I'm reading too far into it. But it's kind of a confirmation that everyone's trying to get everybody to move digital. PS5 Pro coming out at, $700 US, I think. No disk drive, so that's an additional $80 attachment that you have to buy if you want to put it on. And yes, it's supposed to be a beastly 26 teraflops, which I believe is 2.25 or 2.5 times the Xbox Series X mainline graphical processing, but it's all digital. And I want to own physical copies of my game. I don't care if it's a license or not. I want that physical disc because I want that evidence that I purchased it. And so I try to do that through brick and mortar stores as well, because if I buy all of my stuff digitally, I worry that that's going to be an acceptance of moving digital, even in a step. So it'd be like, oh, I'm going to order it digitally, but I'm buying it physically. I don't want the brick and mortar stores to go away either. I want the physical copy at the physical store personally. That's what I would like. So, but I am looking for copies actively right now. And when a copy comes available in this area, please do understand that is going to be a priority for PS5. River Raid's my favorite Atari game. Mine's Pitfall. Although I love a couple of the other ones. I love Centipede. I love Asteroids. I mean, there's a lot of classics that I think I would name off. Adventure's really fun and really simple. There was a Dungeons and Dragons game that was incredibly hard to understand, but because I didn't understand it, I think I used my imagination a lot. It gave me a lot more. So I really enjoyed it. I have that with the manual still, I think. I have my original copy. I still have, from the Atari age and the Intellivision age, I probably have, between those two consoles, I probably have maybe 1,100 games with several of them with the boxes and manuals, and some of them with the inlays, with the little overlay for the Intellivisions controllers. So I have a really healthy collection still that I am trying to figure out how to capture. I don't think anybody would watch it or care anything about it, but I just would have fun, and that's why I do this anyway. And they've done the re-release, of the upgraded ones, the Atari upgraded games. I'm looking for physical iterations of those collections as well, because I will absolutely play Atari games. Again, I love Atari games. Wait until the PS6 disc drive sold separately, power cable sold separately, controller sold separately, 800 pound. It's kind of the way that iPhone has done their model too. iPhones, I'm not an iPhone person personally. I like Android, because I like being able to design my own application on open source software. And, I understand how that works. Android's been around a long time, and that open source software has been around for a long time, almost 20 years. So it's not a new phenomenon, I like being able to do that. I like being able to, there are simple things too. And my wife actually made this comment, which was it was a tipping point for her. She was an iPhone person before. She just wanted to take an MP3 that she enjoyed and turn it into a ringtone. And on Android, snap of the fingers and it's done. You just take the segment, you select the song, take the segment of the song that you like, select it, boom, and you're done. That's your ringtone. On iPhone, it has to be pre-approved. You have to buy an application, or you have to buy the song on the Apple Music, and then you have to, and it doesn't just let you do it, or at least it didn't at the time she converted. Maybe it does now, but it didn't at the time she converted over, which was several years ago. I said the other day, Sony are turning into Apple with their structure, just a smaller but very loyal fan base. Just mid-gen refreshes while they impress. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think fanboyism and fangirlism, fanpersonism, whatever it is, because I think everybody kind of contributes to it, but I think that fanboyism is really problematic. Because it does drive there. Oh, well, yeah, it's Sony over on Microsoft. But what I guess if I were going to have to be a fanboy and an acolyte, and a loyalist, is the console which allows the most freedom and player centricity. For me, that seems currently to be the Switch. Now, that doesn't mean Nintendo hasn't done shady stuff, doesn't mean Nintendo isn't shady. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that when you take a look at the cartridges, most of the time, the cartridges do still contain the base game. When you take a look at a lot of the discs that you get with the Xbox and the PlayStation, or even PC, which very few people buy PC games via disc anymore, most of the game isn't found on the disc. And there are some companies that are making concerted efforts to fix that. Good example, Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate and the physical release. They are releasing, that physical release has, up until patch 5, on all 4 discs. You can play it. It's a 4-disc thing. The Wii U did this as well with using a very special version of their it's kind of like Blu-ray double layer. So their discs could hold up to 50, almost 50, I think it was, gigabytes. Normal DVDs are about 7 or 8 gigabytes. Blu-rays were, I think, somewhere like 20-something, 28 gigabytes. And then the Wii U's were supposed to be something like 50 gigabytes. So Nintendo kind of uses this technology to put more data on their console. And because you know that an SD card or a micro SD card can carry a half terabyte or a terabyte, it outdoes the disc in almost every way, because most discs cannot carry, as far as I'm aware. I don't know of any disc that can carry a terabyte. I know of several SD cards that can carry 500 gigabytes or a terabyte. So the cartridge-based system is a better system, and most of them will at least have the base game. If it doesn't have some patches on it, it'll have the base game. I use iPhone because I use iPhone just because I'm used to it, but I could see myself changing brands in the future. I'll try and keep a phone for as long as possible. Yeah, and so will I. And I'm not telling, I want to be very clear, I'm not telling anybody that uses iPhone, don't use iPhone. Like, you like what you like. This is simply my opinion and why I do it. So my phone, I'm going to tell you right now, I use an older phone. I have the Galaxy Note 20 plus, I think it is what it was called. It's a large screen phone. I'm a big guy, okay? I'm a pretty large gentleman. I have very big hands, and it's got a large screen. It's got a it accepts external memory, and so my phone right now has about about 1 terabyte of memory on it. I have a 500 gigabyte card in it right now, and it has a 500 gigabyte internal. So I have almost a terabyte of memory on the thing, and I have a lot of music. Most of it is video game OST. Not all of it. I have System of a Down and some other different various bands that I like, Metallica, and but a lot of classical music. I'm not going to lie about that. A lot of Bach, a lot of Mozart, a lot of Chopin. But I have a lot of Star Wars, right? I think it's like, we looked at it the other day, it's like 13,000 songs on my phone. I don't want to take up all my memory with just music, but I want to take up as much memory I want to have as much music as I can. I kind of want a dedicated MP3 player again, to be completely honest with myself. That's the thing. The Pro will sell out immediately, guaranteed. Disk drives are currently selling out right now in preparation. Oh, absolutely. It's because of the fanboys, and I get that. Again, I'm not telling people not to enjoy the console. I'm telling people that if you're going to enjoy the console, at least try and enjoy it. I guess if you have to be a fanboy in your own interests. Don't be a fanboy in the interests of a company. I was talking with a friend yesterday during this project we were trying to work on, and one of the things we were talking about economics, and one of the things we talked about is this trend with billion-dollar companies and billionaire people, where people feel bad. It's almost, oh well, I feel bad for this and this and this. And he said this, and I think it was brilliantly said. He says, "I will never weep over a billionaire." I think that's fair. I'm not going to... It doesn't make sense to sit there and go, leave the little guy alone. He's not the little guy. He's a billionaire. This is a billion-dollar company. These are billion-dollar companies. We shouldn't be the ones sticking up for them and going, well, watch them. We should be the ones sticking up for our interests and demanding better of a billion-dollar company, because that's what they get the billions of dollars for, is being good at what they do. That's why anybody gets paid. I don't get paid because I attend. I get paid because I'm good at what I do in my attendance. And they demand out of me what they need to, and they pay me based on that demand, or how I stack up to that demand. Excuse me. So I think I have no problem with being a fan. I just argue that we should make sure that if we're going to be a fan, we should be a fan in our own interests. And my interest and your interest may not be the same. I want to be very clear on that. So I'm not saying you need to incline towards my interests. I'm saying think about it, take time, evaluate what you want out of gaming, and then advocate for that unapologetically. The reason I'm a Sony guy is they've always delivered for me since the PS1. I love it. I love their IP, I'm sorry. But I'm not interested in the Pro anytime. And there's nothing wrong with being a Sony guy. I'm inclining towards Nintendo for a specific reason, and you're inclining towards Sony for a specific reason, and there are people who are going to incline towards Microsoft for a reason. I don't have any problem with that. I like all three game companies as it comes to playing games for certain types. Like, if it comes to retro-esque games, I'm going to play them on a Switch just because Nintendo feels most familiar, and I actually have the NES controller attached, the ones that they came out with, the NES controller, the original Nintendo controllers. I have a Super Nintendo controller. It's a pretty darn close approximation that works with a Switch. It just feels like I'm playing back on those old consoles again. But I'm playing some of the newer games that are made to play like they do on the old consoles. But I also like to play first-person games more so on the Xbox. I seem to like to play third-person action games and such more so on the PlayStation. So I don't have any problem with any of that. I just want you to make sure that if you're making these choices to go and buy these things, like I said, make sure you're inclining towards your interests. Make sure that you're doing what is best for you, and you feel like you're advocating for what you want out of gaming in the future. But no, I'm not going to... If you sit there and go, I'm buying the Pro day one, I'm not going to criticize you. I'm just offering that kind of caution. If you say, well, that's what I'm doing, I say, okay, wonderful. I don't even necessarily like the iPhone. I just find it convenient and simple. No, that's fine. And there's again, whatever is in your best interests is what you should advocate for. If it works better for you, even if it doesn't work better for me, you should advocate and purchase that thing. You should do what works best for you. So I'm never going to be the guy that's going to try and change your mind about what is best for you. It doesn't mean I don't have opinions where I think that there's a level of objectivity to it. But I can tell you why I don't like the iPhone, and you can tell me why you like it. I can't tell you why the iPhone isn't better for you or worse for you. That doesn't work. I can only tell you why it is either better or worse for me, or I can give you an objective fact, and you can make of that what you will. Maybe it's not a big deal, or maybe it is a big deal. That's all that is. That's why I'm not buying a Pro Day one. It seems focused on improving realism and graphics with lighting and reflections and all that. I just want fun games. I agree. 26 teraflops is a great stride. And you take that into account with the already stellar ray tracing and texturing capacity of the PlayStation 5. We saw that day one. We saw that in the Miles Morales game. The ray tracing was just immaculate. So we see that every time we turn the thing on. But I don't really care if mine look marginally more realistic, or even if they look substantially more realistic. Are we getting fun games? I don't care if I see every follicle in Crash Bandicoot and his, fur pattern. I'm just interested in, is the new Crash Bandicoot game that they may come out with fun? Astro looks amazing, but its focus is on fun. Give me more games like that. I don't care how detailed some... Exactly. When I played Astro originally, I played the VR one. I had a blast. I love the little character. It's adorable. And the world looked fantastic. And it was PS4. So, I mean, the level of realism... We're still playing Mario. Think of it this way. We're still playing Mario to this day. Super Mario Wonder was an absolute hit, and rightfully so, by the way. I've played that thing all the way through. I have all the badges. I've done everything. Okay, I have 100% of that game. My daughter and I both 100% of that game together. We had a blast doing it. And he doesn't look closer to what I would anticipate an Italian plumber looking like if I crossed him on the street. He looks like Mario. He's a cartoon character. He's a caricature, but the game was fun. It was really, really fun. I'm not a graphics guy. There's no denying games like God of War and Ghost of Tsushima look amazing, but that wears off within minutes. But I do love those games for their gameplay, and they're not visual. And on top of that, there are other factors that make a game that people don't really pay attention to, or don't care much about, I guess I should say, when it comes to the upgraded iterations. And one of those for me, for example, in God of War and Ghost of Tsushima both, was the music. Like, when I was growing up, you had your main character, your main protagonist could literally just be a square. And you're moving that square through little hallways. Like, I'm fine not having characters look perfectly like a one-to-one representation of what they'd look like if I met them on the street. But God of War, it wasn't about just the realism. Sure, that was fine. It was about, there was lore to it. There was character building. The story was amazing, and I could have seen just as good of a story on a PS1 graphics game. As a matter of fact, there's a huge resurgence right now. Paratopic. Anyway, there's a huge fan base, for downsizing games into, like, compressing them into, like, PS1 graphics. And it's a great movement because it shows that you can still have a really cool game with PS1 graphics. And it's so, I mean, a lot of people are doing, they're calling them demakes, I think. Yeah. I think they did one for Bloodborne, but they're demaking games back to PS1 graphics, and they're proving that graphics don't make the game. You can literally play it. That nostalgia right there is as easily paired with good gameplay and give you that same dopamine as a perfectly graphicked new game with all of that. But yeah, for me, it's the whole thing. It's not just the graphics; it's the story and the gameplay. And if God of War looked worse, but it still had that story, it still had that gameplay, it still had that character development, it still had all of that kind of stuff, then I would still be fine with it. Bloodborne Demake is literally Nightmare Creatures. Nightmare Creatures. I love Nightmare Creatures. I actually have Nightmare Creatures. I think I have both of them on the Dreamcast, if you can believe that. I think I have 1 and 2 on the Dreamcast. I may have one on PlayStation. I have to double check, but I know I have at least. I know I have both of them, and I know at least one of them I have for sure on the Dreamcast. But I think I have both of them on the Dreamcast. Games still like N64. I was playing Minecraft yesterday with my daughter. Last night, and firstly, that is keen evidence to that. The graphics of that game are never good. They're always that hyper-pixelated, and yet it's the most well-sold, most popular game of all time. And I found myself, I don't have expansion pass anymore, but we found ourselves wanting to play Pilot Wing 64. And I don't have a Nintendo 64 hooked up in the living room, so I couldn't, but anyway, we just, we wanted to play Pilot Wing 64. And I remember when that game first came out, I remember seeing that game and playing a little bit. I had the hardest time with it. But I remember watching that game and just saying, even to this day, it's 2024. That game came out in 1996, I think, or 96, either late 96 or early 97, but I think it was 96. I think it was a launch title. Fairly certain it was. And I remember trying to play that game and just unlocking things and getting to the jetpack stages and then I had that hankering now, almost, 30 years later, I had that hankering. I'm like, oh, wow. I think the older I get, the more I'll go back to older games and consoles while still owning the current Sony or Nintendo console just for occasional. Yeah, I think I like this. This is part of the reason that I do enjoy the remakes and demakes type of thing. It was a launch title. I remember having maybe 2 months of only Pilot Wings and Mario. Yeah, I remember. That's what I was thinking. It was a launch title. I was fairly certain of that. I went to visit a. I went to visit a friend. We used to play. I used to visit a buddy of mine. His name was Eric, and I would go visit him. And we would play Willow on the NES. And this was back in the day. And years later, whenever he was like, I'm getting a Nintendo 64. Oh yeah, cool. Got a Nintendo 64, and we ended up playing. He ended up going all out on that thing. We ended up playing eventually, not all day one, of course, but we got Pilot Wings, Mario 64, Shadows of the Empire, and GoldenEye were the big ones. We were on GoldenEye like constantly, and then Shadow of the Empire. We adopted a taking turns system. We were like, all right, this is kind of tough because you're kind of getting acclimated. It's a new console. You're getting acclimated to a new control. We're still getting acclimated to 3D. This is in that, and so we're like, oh, okay, hold on, this is a little wonky. But then we got acclimated. We did really well. We did a lot of that though. It was really good. It was really fun. Willow is in the movie. They made a game for it too. It's basically, a lot of people call it the poor man's Zelda. I don't think so. It's actually better textured than the original Zelda game, but plays very similarly to Zelda. I have it. I still have it. Honestly, I don't have his copy. I have my. I went and got my own copy after having played his copy. I thought it was fun, so I went and got my own. But yeah, I have it. So. I just miss so many old games, and that's the thing. Like, this is where I am a big fan of the new makes, of the remakes and the remasters and stuff. That's why, I showed off in the Discord. I showed the Castlevania Advance collection. Okay, if you don't have a Game Boy Advance, and you didn't, buy them on the Wii U digitally, and even you can't get them on the Wii U anymore digitally. This is the only way to get them. So now I've got a physical cartridge to play them on a newer console, and they're all kind of consolidated, and I have a library, and the library was cheaper than if you bought them originally when they came out. So I'm not a fan of paying full price. So, for example, Lollipop Chainsaw just came out with, I have the original one, right? I was 2012, I think. I have the original one. I got a free copy. Again, I worked in the gaming industry at that time. But I had I had gotten a free copy. I liked Suda51 games. I liked Killer 7. I liked Shadows of the Damned. I wasn't as big a fan of Killer is Dead. Lollipop Chainsaw was fun. Not perfectly up my alley, but it was a fun, just kind of hack and slash. And they did Repop, and Repop came out for like $40 or $50, $45, something like that. That's a little much. If it's not a complete from the ground up remake, it's a little much. Maybe $30, maybe $29.99. I'm not a big fan of that, but otherwise, yeah. I appreciate you guys for talking with me, by the way. I love these intro sections where it's just kind of before we get started, getting to talk with you guys, catch up, see what you think, what you learn your stuff. I think it's good. I think it's I appreciate you for entertaining the notion of me just sitting here and prattling on with you, but I have a lot of fun. The N64 is a special system. It might be my favorite from Nintendo. I love the Nintendo 64. We have 3 of them, I think, here. We have mine, which is the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Is a limited edition Ocarina of Time Toys R Us version, which was gold with 2 gold controllers and Ocarina. And we have hers, which is the Pokemon one, which has it was a blue-yellow with Pikachu on the front, on the top. And then we have the classic black-gray version, which was fun. So, when inevitability visit you, I want a tour of your collection. Oh, of course, you absolutely can. I won't steal much. I tell you what, I mean, shoot, you get a chance to visit and tour my collection, and you end up with. I end up with duplicates all over the place. So if I've got duplicates and you ever do visit, we do ever get to visit in person, you can have any duplicates I've got for darn sure, and I've got probably a fair box of them. Good games. I don't usually buy shovelware duplicates, but I usually I may have like 2 Majora's Masks or something like that. Apparently, not many outlets are reviewing the Lollipop Chainsaw, which just shows there was an article that came out. I think it was yesterday or day before. It was talking about IGN not wanting to do it because of, again, I could be wrong, I could be misinterpreting this, but somebody had said something about them not wanting to review it because it was because of the way that Juliet Starling looked. I don't understand what that was. I don't understand why. I mean, when I have inevitably visited... No, it's okay. I just wanted to make... I figured that's what you meant. I just read it there and got confused for a second. So, no, no worries. I think they said something about Juliet Starling looking a certain way, and they didn't like that, and so therefore they weren't going to review it again or whatever. I remember that game being dicey for the time. I think it's less dicey by today's standards, but it's probably more divisive because I'm sure more quote-unquote unsafe things were said. But I don't remember it saying anything just outrightly super offensive either. So I don't know what to say to that. Killer 7 is still probably my top 10 games of all. Oh yeah, the Suda 51 Killer 7 is a really cool. It's a confusing game. It's a very confusing game to me. If you're not someone who's just a master of it, but it is a really cool and interesting game. I love the art style of it, and it just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of pushes a whole bunch of buttons that I find like, for me, if I had to pick the Suda 51 game that I really like the most, I think it might be Shadows of the Damned. That one was so over the top. Controls were fine, and there were multiple types of gameplay. There was like a side-scrolling shmup element in one of the, if I remember. I haven't played and passed that game since it came out, but I remember absolutely loving every moment of it. And there was like, it was fun to upgrade the gun. I'm not going to say what the gun is called, just because, but anyway, I loved it. I love it. £20 for the Shadow of the Damned remaster. Now that one, for £20, I would pick that up. That's about 25. That's a little under $25 here. I will pick that up for that amount. I loved Shadow. Garcia Hotspur, which I think was actually voiced by, which is ironic. I think he was voiced by the guy that plays Bender. I think he was, but I love that one. I thought it was so fun. Shadows of the Dam, I thought leaned on the adult humor hard. It definitely did. And I made mention of the name of the gun, right? I think it did too. But here's why I like it. Yeah, he is. It's. I'm trying to think of the name of the actor right now. He's a wonderful actor. He's also that dog in that cartoon. I've never watched that cartoon, but I've seen that dog. I've seen that dog before. He's like a floppy jowled yellow dog. Who's become really mimetic and was really mimetic a long time in. So, John DiMaggio is his name. There we go. Couldn't think of it. Yep, John DiMaggio. He's brilliant. I love his voice. He's just got a great voice. But I think he played him. I agree that Shadows of the Dam leaned in on the adult humor harder than it needed to. But what it felt like they were trying to do is kind of a modern day-esque retelling of the Divine Comedy, and I know that Dante's Inferno did that, right? So for anybody who may not be familiar, if you played Dante's Inferno is a very adult-orientated game based off of, and it's very loosely based off of the It's very loosely based off of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, which is written in 1211 or so, I think, something like that. But any which way, it's a story about a deal having been struck and broken, and then Beatrice, the wife, is dragged to the last circle of hell, the ninth circle of hell, which is reserved for traitors, and then effectively Dante going and effectively taking Beatrice and then trying to work his way through the nine circles of hell, through Purgatorio, and then into Paradiso, to the highest rung of Paradiso. It's a beautiful poem. And I think Dante's Inferno only covers Inferno, which is only a third of the Divine Comedy, a third of the poem, right? Purgatorio and Paradiso being the other two parts, although not nearly as interesting, certainly as poetic. I thought that Shadows of the Damned was kind of a modern-esque retelling on that, and I feel like they tried to dice it up a little bit because of how interlaced the Divine Comedy is with traditional Christian faith. And I think that I think people get, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I think people, when talking religion in games, I think people get very uncomfortable, and so I think people censor the religion part of it, the potentially religious parts of it, in favor of focusing on another aspect of it, in the cases of romantic or the outlandish. And I think in this case the biggest thing to do is to go outlandish with it. But I don't disagree with that. But I don't think it did. I don't think that it leaned on the adult humor at the expense of the gameplay. I don't think it did that. A good example of a game that would have done that, or games that have done that, would be Leisure Suit Larry, Magna Cum Laude, and whatever the film one was. Those two Leisure Suit Larry was a fun game way back in the day. Definitely had some adult humor in it. The two iterations before the latest ones, which are, I think, Wet Dreams Don't Dry and Wet Dreams Dry Twice, or Dreams Dry Twice, something like that. Anyway, those were too heavy on adult humor, and they're terrible games. They're very bad games. It's all adult orientated and humor and nudity, and the gameplay is awful. There's some funny jokes that are thrown in there, but the gameplay is absolutely awful. I wish games weren't afraid to just do what they want, especially with how things are nowadays. It needs to be pushed back a bit because it's never enough for complainers. They'll always take more. Absolutely. Well, and that's the thing about it is, again, I was talking when I was talking with this friend of mine the other day. We talk about these types of things quite often, and one of the big things that we talked about in this is just there shouldn't be anything, in my opinion. Nothing should be off limits. Now, that doesn't mean we should say everything all the time, right? It is uncouth and inappropriate to say certain things in certain places. But when it comes to artistic expression, when it comes to trying to do something that embodies a vision that you have, I think you should be able to put whatever it is. If it's a religious thing, right? If you want to make a game about the Christian Crusades, or if you want to make one about the Ottoman Turks' Muslim pilgrimage and that whole era of Islam. If you want to make one that is based off of Far East mysticisms, which we kind of got in what was this new Wukong, I think the new one was, or something like that, where it's heavily focused on those types of things. If you want to make one off of Norse deities, we got God of War for that, by the way. Also Greco-Roman deities, which we got in the old God of Wars. If you want to take religions that are still in practice, or religions that are no longer in practice, or religions that are only halfway in practice, or if you want to take those types of things and make, that's what you want to do. Back in the Atari, they had or was it Atari? No, it was Commodore, I think. They had there was a presidential campaign game where you played as if you were going to run for president, and it was obviously silly, but it actually ran the Reagan-Bush 84 thing, and it was wow. Do those things, take those risks. If people are offended by what exists, right, I doubt highly that you're going to offend them more by that which does not. If a game is incredibly offensive, which is different for each person anyway, then it has a rating system. So if it's rated R, 18+, then it shouldn't be discussed further. I agree. I don't think I don't think everybody should pander to everybody being offended. I don't. Now, that having been said, I'm not arguing that we should make more offensive games. I'm not saying that we should have games that use awful language, call people awful things, just try to get away with things. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm suggesting that if you have a vision which has a little bit of dicey in it, but it tells a story, or it makes the game better, or it helps the character's progression, their story progression, do it. Quentin Tarantino, I think, is a great example of why that seems to do just fine. Django Unchained, Inglourious Bastards being key points of that, where they both very much hammer something home, but they do tell a story, they further a story, and they're pretty good. By my estimation, anyway. To me, if you buy a game that's rated R or 18 plus, be prepared to potentially see some crazy things. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, you have to. That's what AO was for back in the day, and even still, I think it's AO. I think it's ET. It used to be E through 10 or E through T. It was E through T. Anyway, now I think it's like E10 and up, T, M, AO. I think is the ESRB rating. And not very many AO games. I don't think you can buy physically. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you can buy them physically. Certainly, you can't buy them at your average brick and mortar store. You'd have to go to a specialty store. I'm sure. I don't know. I don't think I own any AO. Well, I technically own an AO game, but it was before it was rated AO, which would have been black labeled Grand Theft Auto San Andreas for PS2, which was rated AO after the fact. I just don't like the arrogance for some people that feel like that because they're offended, everything on earth needs to stop and cater to them and apologize. Living a dream. So I'm going to give you a. Let's see real quick. I've seen people complain before that being offended by certain villains, being racist, for example. And my point is that they're literally the villain. He's a racist. He's not supposed. Exactly. This is a life philosophy, and it's a very simple life philosophy, and you can disagree with me, and that's okay. But the meaning of life is pain. The meaning of life is to be ground up against, and I'm not physically, but in a mental capacity, in a spiritual capacity, or whatever you might believe. That if you don't believe in a spirit, that extra X factor that you have that you don't feel like you can explain. Pain is the reason we live, because pain is what makes us better. Okay, and so. Being offended is the idea, and somebody once very concisely said, comfort is the enemy of progress. This is correct. When you go and you work out at a gym, you feel pain the next day. You've torn those muscles because they have to grow, they have to regrow, they have to heal, but they'll grow back bigger, better, stronger. You cut. If you get yourself cut, if you cut yourself, you will have scar tissue that will be thicker and less sensitive to being cut, less able to be cut the next time. The same thing happens with us when we, you hit a baseball. If you're a cricket player, you're a baseball player, you're a softball player, you're a t-ball player, you hit the ball, your hands callous and they hurt the first few times. And then after a while, the calluses stop the pain and you become better at doing that thing, right? Without practice, it goes back to playing guitar. Fingers callous up. It hurts very much the first times. After a while, you become callous to that and your ability to play the guitar becomes better. This is the same thing when it comes to mental. This is the same thing when it comes to spiritual or X factor or whatever else you might think that makes the human condition. When you start, to feel pain and understand it, it is not your job to stop it. It is your job to understand how you want to perform in the midst of it. That's what I think happens. I'm not saying people should go out and yell awful profanities. I'm saying that not every word that people utter that you may not like is a profanity. Right? That's all I'm saying. If I say something that you don't like, it doesn't mean that what I said was objectively profane and objectively offensive. What it does mean is that you have felt that it is objectively offensive, and you have to determine why you feel that way and what you're going to do about it. Also, your job isn't to tell me what to do. I don't live for you and you don't live for me. You don't go home and lay your head on your pillow and wonder about whether I am doing something to, most people aren't doing that. Friends might do that. They might be concerned for their friend, but most people aren't doing that. So it isn't my job to judge you. It's my job to judge if I would choose to continue to interact with you. Right? I'm not going to tell you, you can't say that. What I'm going to tell you is, I don't like the way that you said that. You say, well, I'm not going to stop saying that. Say that's a deal breaker. Then I choose how my interaction is done with that. I choose whether or not I want to continue to interact with it or not. That's it. That's all. I'm not your keeper, and you're not mine. That's all it is. We're all learning, and I'm not trying to be rude to anybody. I'm sure the majority of you that are on here are a great deal wiser than I am. I don't think age is necessarily the entirety of the beaconing wisdom or burgeoning wisdom. I would argue a lot of you guys, if you're not overall, if you don't believe yourself to overall be wiser or whatever, I can guarantee you there are several subjects that you are. But I do know that on the few subjects where I might have an upper hand, it's still not my job to judge you. It's still not my job to curtail you. It's still not my job to tell you anything. I tell you what I believe, and you take that information and do what you will with it. Because I respect you. And I respect that if you're going to make a decision, it's going to be the decision that you used your wise brains, and I mean that not sarcastically, you used your critical thinking, you used your experience to make that decision. And I think that's what you should be doing. I may not agree with the decision you come to, but that doesn't really matter now, does it? I'm not better than you. Luckily, I'm peak male specimen, so I don't feel pain. that would be an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. That's a real condition, too. And it's very dangerous because people can break bones and you know, they could sever their femoral artery and be bleeding out and not realize it. That is my biggest issue, the arrogance that they think they can tell you. And it's with anything. It's not just speak, it's think. If you have an opinion politically, you have to align with theirs or you're objectively wrong. If you have a religious belief, you have to align with somebody else's or you're objectively stupid. If you have an opinion on the gaming industry as a whole or what games are great, you're objectively wrong because somebody else doesn't like it. That's not how this works. There are very, very few things in the world. There are very, 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 very few things that are objectively bad. I mean this. There are very, very, very few things under all circumstances that are bad. Mark Hamill is a good example to me, at least. Politics, since people absolutely... Yeah, I agree with that. Again, I'm not going to tell him what he should and shouldn't say. I disagree with a lot of what he's saying. I agree with some of what he says. But, he should be able to say it, and that's fine. I'm not here to tell him. But it does really make people, come out a little bit more of their shell in a way perhaps that is or isn't good for them. It just depends. That's just me. But there's just so very few things in the vast cornucopia of things that we can do, the literal infinite that we can experience. There are very, very few things that are objectively bad in every circumstance. Very, very few things. So my opinion on everything else that are not that incredibly, incredibly narrow group of things that are always bad. And by the way, things that are always good, also incredibly narrow. The rest of that equation, which is I would say 98% or more, is up for interpretation. It's up to how it impacts you. It's up to how it impacts the people near you. It's up to whether or not you like it. That's what it is. And you should be able to do that. Again, Ash, you and I are a great example. We've disagreed on things. I don't think I've ever told you that you need to think the way that I did, and I don't think you've ever, outside of playfully, told me I need to change my mind. I think we had discussions on the things that we agreed or disagreed upon, and we said, and I think the worst thing you've ever said, literally, was like, I don't know, man, like, that's incredibly unobtrusive. And I'm like, yeah, I got you. I get you. I disagree, and we just agree to disagree. I'm fine with games being offensive as long as I agree, but I agree. I think it's a good statement, Banjo. I think that's a really good statement. It's the thing about it is it's the offensive part that I'm trying to kind of talk into, because I don't necessarily think that games need to be offensive. I just feel that people need to reframe what they believe is offensive. I think today, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe you can correct me on this, Banjo or Ash, but I think that the world believes that far more is offensive than is actually offensive. That's what I believe. I believe there are offensive things, absolutely, that occur. I'm saying I believe that far more things are perceived offensive than are actually objectively offensive. And so I'm okay with more things being done in the sake of, like you said, I think that's a very fair way to say it, for the sake of furthering a good story or a good character arc. Because I don't believe the majority of what's actually being done or said is offensive. And then to Ash's point, the villain being offensive, objectively so, is perfectly fine because they are a villain. That's part of getting you to hate them. I think we heavily disagree on the Gerard situation, but I need to. No, exactly. Yeah, that was one of the big ones. That was one of the big ones that we had. And I want to be very fair with you, Ash. My mind has begun to kind of skew a little bit more as more and more has come out, even to this day. I think the latest stuff that I was reading on it was literally just, I want to say it was like a week before last, or last, no, it was last week, but it was like early last week. When that information, mine does kind of start to skew a little bit more towards yours. I'm still not where you are, but when the thing very first came out, like, yeah, you and I were on complete opposite sides of the fence, and I don't think either one of us tried to convert the other person. I think we both basically were like, I don't know, I disagree. And like, I like that. I like the fact that I can refer to that conversation as an ideal conversation. I'm not going to make it public, obviously, but that I can say that we've had a disagreement that was as heavily polar as one can be. And I don't think there was any ad hominem, like calling me names instead of fortifying a defense, or there was none of this. It was just, we talked, we said we disagreed, we said here's why we think that, we either agreed or disagreed, and we moved on. Again, I like that. I think that is wonderful. That's what needs to happen. I'm not saying I'm the example. I'm just saying that is a good example. That's that interaction. Whoever wants to plug into it, to what should happen when you disagree. You respect the other person so much that you respect the other person so much, you offer them so much respect that you are not willing to denigrate them based off of an opinion that is well spoken and well articulated, by the way. There's way too much stepping around eggshells nowadays with people because they're so sheltered, and any kind of disagreement is looked on as an attack. Exactly. And that's the other thing. Disagreement is not an attack. Like, to disagree with somebody is not an attack. It is not an offense to you for me to say, like, for example, let's relegate this to the app. This is called, this is actually a sales technique, if you can believe it, but I'm going to use it differently. It's called the reduction to ridiculous. And it basically, in sales, it's basically taking the total amount that seems like a large amount and then breaking it down to the per day and then letting them know, well, you spend more than that in coffee a day or something like that, right? But in the case of this, let's just go to the most ridiculous argument there is, which is color. Okay? My favorite color is purple. It is my birthstone, and that's about as far as that has to go. Now, there are other reasons, right? Because purple was a notoriously hard dye. It was made for mostly wealthy people. It was indicative of wealth and power back in the day. It's a mixture of the light and dark. And when it comes to Star Wars, those colors, which are red and blue, it's a mixture of those colors to try to indicate balance. There are a lot of things that I like it for. Okay? That's exactly the kind of reaction. Like, let me read the other one first, and then I'll get to it. But yes, I can disagree with somebody and have a discussion for 2 hours. Get passionate about it. Disagree, listen, and there's no wrong. By the way, I want to be very clear too. There's nothing wrong with being passionate about something too. You'll get loud and passionate in arms. It's the way you leave the conversation. That's what I. But yeah, I think you're right. My favorite color is blue. Why isn't blue your favorite color? Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. It's such a ridiculous thing to discuss because there isn't an objectively best color. There's an objectively best color to solve some things, right? There might be an the objectively best color for darkness would probably be a shade closer to black. And for light would be objectively a shade closer to white. But we're talking about solving individual purposes. When I'm talking arbitrarily about why I like a color, I'm not giving it a purpose. I'm just telling you this is why I like it. So you say yours is blue. Why am I going to come at you and yell at you for having a difference of opinion on something that we both cannot quantify as objectively better than or worse than? This is what I don't understand. And I don't believe that most arguments and conversations are... I don't believe that most of them are any more complicated than that. I really don't. I believe that the subject and the nuance within it can be, but I don't believe the end result is any more complicated than that statement right there. Reminds me of the movie Thank You for Smoking. I remember, so I've never seen that movie. I remember that I saw the cover for it back when it was coming out. I think it had Aaron Eckhart on the cover, who played Two-Face in the Batman Dark Knight movie, but I don't know anything about that movie. So if you have some additional context to help me with that, then that would be... I don't think I've seen it. Excuse me one moment. I'm going to adjust this little microphone stand, which is kind of wilting. So please permit me just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. So I'm going to try and start a new channel this week. I'm not promising anything, but I really want to talk about some games again and get back. Oh, I'd love that. And that brings me, I guess, we've been sitting here talking for almost an hour, which I love, and I really do appreciate. Ash, Banjo, thank you so very much for just sitting here and talking with me for a moment about games and about things that we care about. I really love doing this. I always worry a little bit that people just don't want to talk about these things because I don't know which people are and aren't more inclined to becoming offended towards this types of topic. But I really, really appreciate that you guys have shown the amount of dignity, respect, and decorum and have been willing to converse with me on these things. I'm not a just chatting... I don't usually do the just chatting because I get a little philosophical, and I think people this kind of... it's not everybody's cup of tea. But I really do appreciate it. Really quickly, there's a scene where the protagonist is talking about his kid and whether a vanilla or chocolate is... Yeah, exactly. There's nothing objective about it. There's nothing objective about anything. I mean, right now, we're if you're in America, we're getting close to an election. I have an opinion on it. I'm not going to give that opinion here, okay? But I'm just going to say I have an opinion on it. And... this is very reminiscent. It's the reason I started filming for the channel, because it was the election of that time. I started filming in 2016, and it was the election of that time that was incredibly contentious. And here we are again at one of the most contentious again. And it's people literally saying publicly, I can't sit at the same table as someone who supports this candidate. I can't sit at the same... And it's both candidates, by the way. It's not just one way. And I'm sitting there going, why? Like, yes, is it important? Is an election? Are we talking about the leader of the United States of America? Sure. Yeah, that's important. But why are we discarding entire people's and groups of people's personhood based off of who they want to vote for? That's a silly, silly thing to do. That's a silly thing to do. I may disagree with you. Again, my opinion, I'm not going to share specifically. I can tell you I'll share that I'm very much a centrist. I've never voted or cared for voting a specific party. I don't. I never do. I never have been. I'm not red or blue. I'm very much purple. I'm a centrist. So I vote with whomever I think is going to do the best job, given all things. But I don't discard anybody's personhood based on who they agree with, even on high stakes things like this. Your personhood isn't going to be discarded because you came to a different logical conclusion. That's just silly. So that's why I made the channel. It's why I chose it to be over something what I thought was going to be fairly neutral, like gaming. Of course, it became much more inflammatory than it was intended to be. But yeah, it's just such a silly thing. Talk to me about anything, man. If you don't like RE4, we're going to have to settle it. We had a brief discussion about it. I love RE4. I want to be very clear about that. But I did say I think I like RE8 better, which is no, that's a big statement. RE4 is up there, but I think I like RE8, I think, a little bit better than I like RE4. Yeah, you see some real crazy when it comes to politics. And again, you see it when it comes to religion. You say, and I get it. I mean, I understand you being passionate. Again, I have no problem with you having an opinion or disagreeing with my opinion or, none of that. I have no problem with that. It's just, don't discard someone's personhood based off of choices that they're making like that. You can discard a person's personhood if they're a, mass murderer doing awful things to innocent people. Sure, I suppose that's the case. Most people aren't doing that, right? Most people are just trying to participate in an election as a voter. And I don't think anybody's, maybe I'm wrong, but I think most of those people's personhood should not be discarded for that, whether you agree with their choice or not. I'm surprised Kamala Harris, or Kamala, I don't know how you say her first name, so I'm just say Kamala. I'm surprised Kamala Harris is even there at the debates. She should be in the... Okay, I mean, that's one way of thinking, I suppose. It's definitely. I will say that this is definitely. No, I don't think this is. I don't think this is quite as contentious of a debate of an election as perhaps the Hillary-Trump one was. But I can definitely say it is very contentious. I can definitely say. I mean, you didn't offend me. It's just. That's the first thing. These are very wealthy people. Trump and Harris are both very wealthy people. They don't need me to come to their rescue and defend them. They're multimillionaires, multi-billionaires. I'm not gonna cry over them. They're doing just fine, whether they make president or don't. Both of them are doing just fine. I'm not gonna cry over them. I'm not gonna go, oh, poor Trump, poor Harris. These are very, very wealthy people doing just fine. That's funny though. But yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. I really don't. I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't get it. I don't get it. My favorite thing about Trump is when he dances, he looks like... I haven't... Oh, yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, he kind of does. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And that's the thing. I just, like... this is a silly time. We live in a silly time. We've got so many great minds. I want to say this, and then I'll move on to the game. I promise. We have so many. We are at the apex of technology, and I apologize. Gavin's being a little belligerent in the background. He's not very happy. We're at the apex of technology. We have more knowledge at our disposal as individuals and as a human race than ever we have before. Your phone, there was a point in time where the libraries of Alexandria were considered, and other libraries as well, that they were considered the pinnacle of human knowledge amalgamated. And we have more than those libraries ever contained, and ad infinitum, right? Because it's consistently growing on our phones at any given time, and we're spending it reading garbage posts about why people are less people because they believe a certain thing. And this is my encouragement, and this is what I ask. This is my encouragement for anybody who's using your phone or uses any kind of technology. Don't do it to further your confidence in your opinion. Do it to break your opinions. Do it to break your way of thinking. Don't go and look and say, and I'm not talking just about the election, I'm talking about anything. Don't go into it going, am I right? Go into it going, how am I wrong? Let people tell you what you're doing wrong. Don't let people tell you what you're doing wrong. You can't trust that, but go into the facts, research the facts, look at where your data isn't correct. Break your own opinions with facts that contradict it, and develop stronger opinions as a result of it. Do that. That's what I do. I don't go into debates wanting to win. I go into debates wanting to learn. I don't want to win them. If I win them, I haven't learned anything. I want to come out with the interlocutor having taught me something, and me having taught them something, and hopefully we both go back in a way and reevaluate our positions based off of that. That's what I want to happen. Use the technology not to have arguments with random faceless people, but to learn more about the systems that are, to learn more about what you might be able to individually do to help further what you believe is necessary. I'm not going to yell into the ether on the internet. I want to learn more about the what are's, what isn't. Learn a new skill, for goodness sake. Spend that time that you would normally be posting on a blog against somebody's opinion, learning a new skill. Learn piano. Learn to write. Learn to draw. Learn something about game design. Learn something about music composition. What are you interested in? Learn how to do that perfectly. I'm learning bookbinding, for goodness sakes. Like I'm learning. I'm working on learning about. I'm working with about 6 or 7 different languages right now because I love language. I'm working on I'm working on learning like I said, bookbinding right now. I love to read books. I still love to read books. To this day, I have a very healthy library. I love to read. Do that. Spend your time doing what makes you happy and what makes you better. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't worry about making them better. That's their responsibility. Right? If they want to take in and be a part of it, sure, but don't make it your life's goal to make everybody better. Make it your life's goal to be better, and if we all make it our life's goal to be better, we will cumulatively become better as a species. It's not my job to correct the gentleman across the street. It's my job to be my apex, my top, and then let them be their top. That's it. And I'm not going to go and tell him he's not his top or whatever. That's not my business. It's his business. I'm going to deal with my stuff. If somebody asks for my help, sure, I'll help then. But until then, it's none of my business. I'm going to just do the best I can for me. Man, I remember when this guy actually played games and he's trying to inspire me for a small 680 pounds. No thanks, almost as much. No. That's the other thing. If I'm actually inspirational to anybody, and I doubt very highly that I am, but if I actually am to anybody, and there ever was a thing where I was inspirational enough that people would literally want to hear me talk, I'm not going to do one of those courses. I'm not going to sit there and go, "Oh yeah, no, you learn from me." Like I would not do that. That's silly. It makes money, sure, but that's not life to me. Doesn't make sense. I don't want to say something and do something else. There's a lot of that. We'll speak to you motivationally for the small fee of $20 a month. No, I'm not going to do that. I understand the Patreon model where it's like, hey, I'm going to do it for free, but if you want to show me additional support, then that's good. I mean, I'm fine with that model, but the whole paywall model, no, that's silly. I don't like it. Some guys will even ask you to be the bottom, even though you're, some guys will even ask you to be the bottom, even though you're the top, and that's when you tell them, you don't run out of. It's not that kind of. I mean, like again, that's another thing with the preferences. A lot of people too. You're not. I mean, you do that. And I know you're doing that as a joke, but the thing about it is, even that is just it's so contentious to talk about. And live with and romance and be with whoever you want. It's not my business. I don't care. Don't impose upon me what I need to be doing because you're doing that. But it's none of my business what you do. I want to say that. I don't understand the whole fascination with the publicizing of sexual orientations. Be you. Do what works for you. Like, do what works. Yeah, do what works for you. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'm not offended. Don't yell at me. But like, your sexual identity is is your business. It's not mine. And same with mine. I'm not going to bug you. Just do you. Be comfortable. Be the best you. Live the best you. The best you and the best me are going to be the same thing. And I'm not better than you and you're not better than me. Just go do your thing. Go be happy. Do what you need to do. Being happy. And if that means identifying in a specific way or pursuing a specific romantic partner or whatever, do that. Do that. Be that person. Like I don't care if you're if you want to identify this way and you want to, I mean, and I've said this before, there are some people they do like, I identify as part wolf. I can scientifically tell you that's not the case. But if you're not sitting there trying to change science and you're just saying, I feel better about that, calling myself this, yeah, do it. I don't care. It doesn't hurt me. Do what you want. I don't care. It's not my business. We need to. And we can take a look at that. I mean, I like the Patreon model. I like the idea of if you support. I don't like the paywall thing. I don't like that you have to support me to do this. But I like the idea of if you like what we do, help make it a little easier. A £1 tier or a 10,000 tier. Oh God, no, that would be. That, I mean, you'd only really need, a couple of those. I find you very inspirational. Your way. Oh, I appreciate that, Maximum Wesley. Welcome in, by the way. As I was saying earlier, to be very, very clear, I tried to sift through, and Banjo said he may have heard it again. So I'd had some technical difficulties last time, which made it difficult for me to isolate the song. I tried to comb through and find the ones that had the staticky sounds that were jarring. And I eliminated a good portion, but the playlist that I have is about 1,000 songs long. So there's and I've been sick this week, so it's very possible that I have missed it. He said he thought he heard it in the first 6 songs, so I'll go back and comb through those and see if it's in there. But if you hear it come up again at some point during this stream, point it out right there and I'll timestamp it. And that way I can immediately make sure I got it. But I did remove a healthy swath to try to make it more comfortable. So don't compliment his head, because I try not to. I identify as a billionaire. Where's the money? I mean, and that's the thing about identity, right? You can identify as something. It doesn't necessarily mean you are, but if you feel more comfortable identifying it, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not here to cause you problems. I forgot to mention you had the loud. I forgot to mention you've had that loud static all throughout the stream so far. Not really, man. I was going to be like, oh God, I hope not. I hope this sounds okay and is comfortable to the ear. The balance. I know my voice isn't the most comfortable of voices, but I hope it's a decent enough balance and I'm not too jarring. I think that'd be nice. Will do. I may not notice it though. I listen on low volume. No, that's fair. So do I. When you guys hear music, I can't hear the music. I have different pass-through coming through. Right now I can actually hear the music, but I normally have different pass-through coming through. So I don't get to hear the music. I can't hear the songs that are coming through. It's only on your guys' side. But yeah, just let me know. True fan. That's why I get high mod pay. £10,000 an hour. But anyway, we've talked a lot about philosophy, and again, this has been the longest I've just sat and chatted in a long time, over an hour now. It's been an hour and 12 minutes, I think we've been chatting, and I really appreciate it. I love getting to chat with you guys. A huge thank you for just setting and tolerating my normal gaming streams. Anyway, end of stream. No, I'm going to play a game for a little while, I promise. But it's such a pleasure to have gotten to set and to chat and talk with you guys for a little while, candidly. And a huge thank you, Maximum Wesley and Ash and Banjo, for coming in and talking with me about just being candid. Again, candid things and having your opinions. I like to hear your opinions in these things. I started getting paid now. Joke. Only in broken N64 cartridges. I don't have very many broken ones. I have a couple of disassembled ones. I do buy. I have a couple of Japanese cartridges, and the Japanese cartridges obviously don't fit in the North American console. So I did buy a couple of shovelware, like Madden cartridges, so that I could swap the American backs out with the Japanese backs, so that I could play the Japanese cartridges. But other than that, I don't think I have any that are broken. No jokes allowed. We don't joke. Loading the revolvers as we speak. Sounds like a nice payment to me. I mean, it's very hard to break an N64 cartridge that can't be, that is beyond restoration. You'd really have to do that intentionally. But I will go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and say a couple of things really quickly that I normally say at the very before I get started, and I haven't said just yet. Number one, obviously, is if you like what I do, but I just don't happen to be your flavor at the moment. Maybe I'm playing a game you're not that interested in, and you're just looking for something else to kind of look at in the meantime. There are a couple of people down in the description below that I heavily advocate for, and I highly recommend taking a look at, as they will very potentially have something that you're interested in. Omega Ace Gaming, who has been playing through Order of Ecclesia most recently, although I do believe he may have passed it, and he also plays through really odd little various eccentricities, which are really fun to watch. I highly recommend taking a look at his channel. Really, really cool guy. We've got Ash, and Ash has just stated that he's working on some stuff that may actually be coming as soon as, well, we'll say really soon. Nothing concrete yet, but I can tell you that he has had some great content come out in the past, and I heavily recommend keeping appraised of what he's got going on by taking a look at his channel and just keeping an eye on it. Of course, we've got Thumbros, who currently is working on, I believe, Mega Man 5 speedrunning, and it is absolutely amazing what he was able to do. I think a 1058, and I don't know if you've ever played Mega Man 5. That's not the easiest game in the world. So if you're super interested in seeing some great speed running, especially for him, he's learning this game new, and 1058 as a PB is absolute insanity. Go check out his stuff. I think he's mostly on Twitch, but he does also do some YouTube. I've put both of them down there, so take a look. Of course, last but certainly not least, in this group of four of the what we call the four horsemen affectionately here, is Viddy's gaming videos and Viddy Plays, which is a little bit more candid, him just kind of playing, whether it be by himself or with friends with commentary. He's played everything from Silent Hill to Banjo-Kazooie to Resident Evil 5 and more. I heavily recommend checking that out. And of course, Viddy's gaming videos where he does things like live reacts and more scripted, kind of structured video game reviews, I guess, my commentary will say. That might be good. And then when it comes outside of the Four Horsemen, there's one other link down there. It is my lovely wife, the Siren Ivy. So the Siren Ivy is available on Twitch. I believe she streams 5 or 6 days out of the week. I know she streams mostly on Sundays when I do, as well as Monday through Friday, usually. Playing a little bit of everything. Recently, she's been playing the Sinking City Mystery, which is a kind of H.P. Lovecraftian inspired / Sherlock Holmes thing. She's also playing RDR2 with Chaos Mod, which is basically where every couple of seconds something random triggers and happens in the RDR2 Red Dead Redemption 2 game for PC. And she on occasion will mix in some story-based games, which she's very keen on, such as the Man of Medan. I'm sorry, not Man of Medan, the Dark Anthologies, which has Man of Medan in it, or Life is Strange, in preparation for the new one that's coming out in October, Life is Strange Double Exposure. Those are really good games, I think. At least I really like story-based games, and I'm hoping eventually to get her into Coffee Talk. I think she'd really like that, but we'll see. But I highly recommend checking these guys out if I happen to be playing something that's not quite your speed. I know Eternal Darkness is a little older, it's a lot slower, and I'm certainly not nearly as good at it as I have been in some previous games. Not that I've been great in previous games, but I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I do want to see it through, and we're getting pretty close. I think we're somewhere around the neighborhood of 3/4 of the way done with this game at this point, so... after this, I will be coming up to I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream, which should not take me very long because I have a decent, being the operative word here, memory of how to go about it. And then after that, I will be putting to a vote a couple of games that have been suggested over the past X amount of time. Probably more retro games than recent, but I'll take a look and see what recent games have been recommended, and I'll throw those into the mix as well. And we'll do an open vote for the following game. I think that'd be really, really nice. Oh no, I know I didn't. I said I know what I was doing. I'm wrong. I have it notated right here. I'm doing a Hat in Time. I'm doing the DLC. I'm wrong about that. So I have the Hat in Time DLC slated for after I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream. There we go. And then after that, I'll put it to a vote. So there we go. He hasn't paid me since the incident. That's very ominous. I didn't mean to push video off that cliff. We just wouldn't shut up about Doctor Who. I like his Doctor Who jokes, honestly. I'm newer to Doctor Who. I'm not new to Doctor Who, but I'm newer to Doctor Who certainly than he is. But I say that. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. But I'm certainly not as knowledgeable as he is, and I like the Doctor Who references. Although I do like the Tenet Doctor Who far above and beyond. And they did that special which had I said it's the toy maker, but it had the what is his name now? I can't think of his name. Neil Patrick Harris. They had Neil Patrick Harris as the toy maker, and I thought that was the coolest thing. I like his toy maker a lot, so that'd be my favorite to be. He said I was going to be. He said Viddy said I had to be one of the doctors. I said I want to be the toy maker. Kind of like him better. He even imprisoned the master in a golden tooth. How cool is that? So anyway, side note. All good. I love seeing the old games. Yeah, I apologize. I said that I have a list. I have a list jotted down here, and I have that, and I just didn't. I decided, well, I'm not going to read that list today for some reason. So, which is ironic. I may rewrite it. My wife got me yesterday. She's such a sweetheart. She goes and does things for herself, and then she thinks of me anyway and does stuff. She got me a porcupine quill pen. So quill of a porcupine has been plucked and carved for a quill to pen, and I actually use a quill a lot of the times when I write. I use a pink feathered quill, and I have a natural quill as well, just in case. She got me a porcupine quill, and then I usually use India ink, or I grind my own ink. And she got me dragon's blood ink, and it's not India ink. It doesn't smell like India ink does, which is earthy and strong. I'm really interested to see. It's a beautiful tinge of sanguine red. It looks like blood. It is the most beautiful red, which is one of my absolute favorite colors, is the blood red of a... there are so few colors that are that color, right? It's a beautiful, beautiful blood red ink called Dragon's Blood ink, and I'm very interested in it. And she got me some hand-pressed parchment. So I'm super... I may rewrite all my stuff now in my book in that ink. I bet I'll pay more attention to it. They're absolutely beautiful, though. A huge thank you to my beautiful wife. She is such a sweetheart. I'm a very lucky man, and I have been for a very long time because we've been together for quite some time. I've decided I'm not going to focus on any specific thing or genre. My videos will just be whatever game I want to talk about. That's exactly how it should be. Whatever you want to talk about, whether or not it's... Don't ever worry about if it's going to get views or not. Just talk about what you want to talk about. I promise you. I'll tell you this. I'll be there. I miss your content. I remember watching your content a couple of years back when you had it, and I love the sense of comedy. I watched the Kina review that you had. I mean, like, you do good stuff. You're funny. You got a good sense of humor. You come across well. I'm super excited to see it. I can tell you one thing. I will certainly be there. And again, that link, if anybody else wants to join me, that link's down in my description. It's fun stuff. In the past, in the content he's had, it's been great. I do recommend it. I'm not a Raid Shadow Legends kind of guy. I either tell you I like it because I like it, or I tell you I don't like it. So I'm not telling you that because of the, I like this stuff. I really do. It's real blood from dragon. That would be cool. I'll pay you well for the... No need. All right, so let me go ahead and move us over real quick. I'm going to go ahead and fade this music out. Move this over. That was the smoothest transition that's occurred thus far. I really like that happened. Okay, gotta grab my controller. I got my beautiful... I think they called them the pumpkin spice orange controllers. They were a Japanese exclusive, I thought. But I have two of them. I really like them. I like the purple ones better, which ironically I don't have. I have these pumpkin spice orange ones. I have a black one. I have black ones. I have white ones, but I don't have actual corded purple controllers. I'm going to try and find a pair if I can, though. I want to get two of them. The pumping one. No, this is an actual game. What kind of stream is this? It's been a lie. No, it's the pumpkin. I think they call them pumpkin spice, which I don't understand. That pumpkin spice is generally a shade of brown, but they are this neat little orange. I want purple controllers. Again, I'm going to try and find some purple GameCube controllers. I don't actually have any, but name brand. I know I can find like Yabo ones, I'm sure, but or Yobo, I think they're called. But I think I want to. I would like to find the official. I'd like to get two of them. Okay, so when we last left off, we were playing a, it's pronounced Alucard, or Alucard, depending on how you want to, if you want to do it the way that they did it in Lords of Shadow, and a couple of other things. I've actually been watching, really quickly, I've been watching the, I've been watching the, old Dracula movies again, in preparation again for Halloween, and yesterday, of course, was Friday the 13th. But Dracula, Bela Lugosi's Dracula, the 1931 Dracula, and then we have the Hammer horror films, I think 1958 or 1960, something like that. The one with Sir Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing. Oh, my goodness. Those are so good. Those are so good. Peter Cushing was absolutely the ideal Van Helsing. At least I think so. When we last left off, we were playing as we got the Tome of Eternal Darkness. We were playing as basically I believe he is a slave. Certainly, it's indentured servitude of some sort, but where I'm effectively a foreman who has to inspect these areas, and I have the sword. Now, being a foreman who's been forced to endure these, what is that? Oh, that's that area. A pressure-sensitive mechanism has been constructed into the floor. So we know that this area is where I can be crushed, but I have to inspect all of these rooms and determine what is and isn't good before I'm allowed to come back up. And as a result of that, I'm hardier than the average person, but my sanity can stand to have a little bit more. I can stand to have a little bit more sanity and a lot more magic. He's an architect, but he's a servant, right? So he's an architect. He's like a chief architect, but he's also in service to, I guess, an opposing kingdom. Is that how it works? Easily the best invisible. Wasn't that Max Schreck that was the Invisible Man? Or am I wrong on that? Max Schreck was... Oh, I don't know. Ravaged corpses... Ravaged corpses litter the room. Their flesh has been devoured in places, and decomposition has already set in. He's the Green Ogre? Was that what he was? What was the... Who was the Invisible Man? The original Invisible Man? Because I thought Max Schreck did that as well. That looks like a door, but I don't guess it is. Okay, so I have to inspect several rooms to determine what is and isn't okay. Now, being an architect, you would think I would know why that pressure plate was there, but apparently I don't. Are you really? Okay, now I get where you're going with that. No, I was talking about Max Schreck from classical horror. Where is my sanity right now? Okay, I have full sanity, full magic, and my health is a little above half. I have to remember what rooms I need to inspect. I also have to know where in that room I need to go in order to inspect it. So I've already gone down here. I know that. I'm just rechecking. So I've already gone down there and inspected. I know that that's where the tentacled being goes, or it was. And I inspected near where the tentacled being was. I like this music. I wish it were a little bit more prominent, but I like it. It's very ambient. The atmosphere... Yes! Oh, you... Yeah. Uh-oh. We'll give that a second. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this right now. One thing that I don't like about the GameCube controller... There are a couple of things. The GameCube controller is not my favorite. This tiny little D-pad and my gigantic thumbs. And I hit up and right, and it did right instead of it. There we go. It was my fault. It's just the D-pad is so bleeding tiny. I also don't like the C-nub. I'd rather that be a full C-stick. The button layout. Button layout's not awful. It's not my favorite. Because A is not necessarily the most prominent button, but, I mean, it shouldn't be the most prominent button. Okay, in this case it is. It's very, I'm fairly certain this is going to be where I have to go. It's very difficult to get them to lock on. Okay, come on. See, I'm having trouble locking on. Okay, there we go. Here comes Santa. Now I kind of know what they're saying, at least. I do need health before I need sanity. But my sanity is... My sanity is also very poor. I think I barely have enough to do one more health spell. Nope, not quite. Okay. I respect Nintendo being on the highest amount of cocaine ever consumed with creating their control. Yeah, they definitely have. Switch control. So here's the thing: you get drift. No, I don't have anything naturally that'll do it. You get drift on the Switch controllers, but when it came to their NES control, like the controllers they made that were third-party, basically. So the NES, the SNES, the Sega Genesis controllers that they made, which connect to their system via USB-C, or in the case of the NES controllers, they actually slide onto the console. Is this room just a... Is this just a vestigial room? Really? It sure is. I just came in here for no reason. I mean, I guess I killed off potential... If I ever have to come back in here, I guess I killed off the potential threat, but I don't see anything I need to pick up from here. I believe I was in this room before. I just thought I might need to inspect it, but I guess not. Okay, well, that lessons learned, I suppose. There we are. Oh, I forget that's a thing. Gosh dang it. Thank you, Banjo. Yeah, I forget that's a thing you can do, is see invisibility. Let's see. Quick spell, not quick spell. Spell list. Reveal invisible. Cast this, and we'll do it in purple just because. No, it doesn't look to be. Unless I was just... Wait, did I become invisible, or did I... No, reveal invisible is what I did. But I am now translucent. I'll walk around and see if anything else appears. In revealing invisible, I became less visible. That's ironic. I did become invisible? Did I... I don't even have that spell, though. See, it's just... Is there... Oh, I did... Oh, son of a... Okay. Fine. Thank you, Banjo. Golly, I really want to say I very much appreciate your help because I would be lost. I didn't realize. So my understanding was that red, like if there was something that red hid, then blue would show it. If something blue hid, green would show it. If something green hid, then red would show it. But I thought if purple did it, it'd do all of them. But you just become invisible if you do it purple. Son of... Okay, fine. Okay, so I'm now invisible. Let's try that again, I suppose. We'll do it with the deity that I chose originally, then. Which is Chiturga. Well, no, Chiturga is the... Let's do it with blue. Ulioth. Okay, I don't see anything... I'm glad Banjo's here because Retro would only get fake answers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like none of this. I like I said, I had a little guide like so I could kind of understand. It was open to the side. It was like so I could kind of understand that I don't know where they are, but there are optional hidden items in this chapter. Okay. I was trying to see. I mean, do I need to cast it at each? This seems like a room where an invisible thing would be because there's nothing of note here, but there were like 5 guys, or 4 guys, excuse me. Or 3, I don't remember. There was a number of people here that were trying to attack me, but it doesn't seem like there's, as far as I can see, it doesn't seem like there's anything here. So... remember when you get to the final boss, unplug your power cable, draw a pentagram at your feet, and sing Fade to Black, and you'll get infinite ammo for your sword. That's funny. Did you just say, here comes Don Rickles and Zell? No, so here, I'm going to show you this now, because I know that, I agree with you, it sounds like that. The spell, so the runes are what they're saying. So the god, this is the god that they're doing, which according to Banjo, this is the god, the death god, basically, which I like the most because it's purple. Also, I've met this god like twice already, and he's a bunch of eyes and tentacles and mouths, but he's kind of cool. But Chiturga, they're saying Ulioth. I call it Ulioth, but it's Ulioth. Zelotath. And then this is Mantarok. So they're saying the name of the god that I'm invoking, and then the name of the rune that I'm saying as well. So the Zeltak or whatever. Let's see if I can find it. See, like Santak. That's the Santa one. And then trying to see if there was the Zelda one I could find, but I don't see it. It's probably that Zeloteth, I think, is the Zelda one that sounds like Zelda, which ironically is the green one too. Santa Claus. Yeah, I think Zelatath is the closest one. I think so. These 4 runes are the deities. This is my understanding. I could be wrong. These 4 are the deities. This is how powerful the spell is. I've got a 3 point, a 5 point. I'm going to have to assume that this one's going to be like either a 7 or a 9 point because I've now seen the Centurion use like a 7 or 9 point one. And then these are the deities, and then these are the runes from which each have an individual effect from which I may invoke the deities. That's my understanding. And this would be a survey location if you didn't do it last stream. Check your map to see if it's marked. Okay, sure. It does, I mean, it's just marked blue. It doesn't show to, like, there's not a red or anything to it. So maybe I had already done it and then just run out? Maybe? Because it's not showing me anywhere that I can survey. Normally it'll put up the press B to action or survey, but it's not allowing me to do that anywhere here. So I assume that I've already done what was done, and I guess I just ran out of the room instead of fighting the guys, and I came back thinking that the guys were guarding something freshly, but they're not. Instead, they're just there. Well, at least, I mean, it cleared him out at least. And again, this guy is much. The last time we played as one guy because of how absolutely weak that guy was. The Paul Luther, I believe. We saw, yeah, Paul Luther, and he had such a small health bar. We were just saving all over the place. Hold on. Stones and rubble from the collapsed ceiling prevent any passage in that direction. Okay. Which I think that would be worth notating for an architect, that we had a collapse already, so we don't want to use that same kind of pattern again. Okay, I know we did this. This is, let's see if it's a survey location. It doesn't show anything to survey. It's a red, but it's just because it's a different level. We already did this. This is where we picked up the that thing right there with the reveal invisible spell. So as far as I can tell, we need to start heading back up. We can't head any farther down. I don't think so. I need to be able to find my way back up. Something vibrated though. Something's vibrating. It doesn't seem to vibrate in any specific spot, so maybe it's just atmosphere of cave-in. No, it's vibrating here. Let's try that reveal invisible spell here. Okay. A sapphire effigy stands inside an alcove set into the wall. Let's take that effigy. Okay, I felt that vibrate, so it does give you some indication of where there's something invisible. Have I any additional effigies? No. Okay. Let's go back into this room over here and see if an effigy... I'm lucky that I picked the blue one, because I don't know that another effigy would have been there if that were the case. Oh, it has... Oh! Nice, okay. I apologize. I didn't see that as soon as... But yeah, you were... spot on. So the question is, does the effigy go somewhere... Like, I would feel like the effigies would go... like, here-ish, right? The wall is decorated with runes. Great care has been taken to place the scaffolding around the symbols, not to damage them. Obviously, they must be of great significance. So, they are of great significance, but they're not pedestals underneath them. So I don't understand, apart from that we've seen these obviously as a previous character, I don't understand the current significance. Except for that I have an effigy, which I would think would rest at the foot of one of these, or more of these runes. How are you feeling, by the way? All good? I feel better than I had, for certain. I don't food like the rest of everybody does. You already know this, Ash. I don't get to eat the same way everybody else does, but one of the most dangerous things for me to eat, very much so, is garlic. And to purchase a product that is supposed not to have any, and then eventually actually has some, and I'm assuming quite a liberal amount as well, because I was very sick, that is, that's a bit of a damper. That really hurt things, so... I am feeling better, though. I very much appreciate that. The effigies are used to get an optional item much later in the game. Okay, so it's not. So then that tells me that it's not likely that, or it's not necessary that I find all of the effigies. That not all of the effigies are here. That there may be other effigies, but I may find them in other chapters. That's what I guess I interpret that to mean. I picked up and I believe I picked up other effigies in other places. So I know if I step there, that's going to kill me. I don't understand why it's there then. Like I don't understand why there's a pressure plate there, sure, but I don't understand why there's a pressure plate there if there's no door there anyway. There's one effigy per chapter that is in this location. Okay, I don't remember if I found the effigy, because I've only been in this location once before, so at this point, I think. No, you're right, I've been here... No, I've been here once. Another worker's corpse, this time slashed from behind as he ran from his attacker, hoping for escape. And a little rat has gone under my gown, please don't. I don't know if I remember having found an effigy, but I don't know if it was for this purpose or if I was meant to find the effigies. A worker's corpse lies amidst a pile of rubble. The man's body has been pulverized by being thrown against the wall with such ferocity that it had collapsed. So what thing down here... There's something there. What thing here has thrown someone against a wall with such ferocity? I'm just kind of... At this point, I'm just trying to figure out... whereabout I'm at, because it feels like I'm supposed to be working my way back up. I think you found it, but that was 3 weeks ago at this, but that's true. Sue them. I doubt it would do me any good, to be fair. You can't, it's a little whoa, oh yeah, it's that guy. I don't like those guys, so I'm going to, hold on. Let's see. Okay. Just gonna take a tattered scroll of paper sits atop the dais. Collecting dust, or dice is actually how you'd say that. Summon zombie. We're gonna take that from you. Oh, I just learned the spell automatically. Okay, alright. I'm okay with this. Okay, I need... okay, I'm just gonna go. I don't need to talk with him. An abandoned library of sorts. A small collection of rotted, useless books lie amidst smashed pottery and debris. Okay, nothing. Nope, I don't need that. So we're just gonna go. I heard a trapper. I hear a trapper. I'm gonna leave before the trapper hears me. A collapsed roof and scaffolding prevents Roberto from proceeding further down this corridor. Again, this seems like another place to denote failure, a structural failure. We will see. Yeah, I was just saying this game is very tough. Nintendo definitely had something. They definitely were going. I would say this is the scared guy. Yeah. The worker is surprised to see Roberto. He confesses to cowardice as he stayed behind while others ventured further into the complex. When the screams of the others echoed from the walls, he dared not move. He should probably climb back up towards the surface, though. Okay. The man babbles incoherently about worms devouring his countrymen and that Roberto will be next. So far, we've been okay. That's not circled. I'm going to go back to the entrance and see. I mean, I don't see... Okay, have I been down this one? Yes, I have. This is the very beginning. So, okay. I'm just taking a look to see which ones. I think these are all ones that I have done. And the closer we get to the beginning, the more these people seem to be decently okay, decently normal. But this game, I mean, I think Nintendo... crossbow bolts right there, please. I think Nintendo definitely had a vision when they did this game, and I think they did a great job. I like the idea of quote-unquote sanity effects messing with the actual gamer. It's just that as long ago as this game has come out, those sanity effects, some of them, not all of them, but some of those sanity effects have become a bit dated. Again, as channels on the television don't change the way they used to. Volume doesn't look the same as it used to. The way that a television turns off doesn't look the same, right? Obviously, if we're getting the CRT kind of static flicker, that doesn't work that way now with HD TVs. They just kind of screen goes black, you know? One of Roberto's fellow slaves lies... Yeah, so he is a slave architect. Lies dead. His wounds seem to have attracted the attention of the beasts, for they have been gnawed open, spilling his innards onto the dusty floor, which makes sense. I don't know if it's the beasts, but certainly the rats would. Uh-oh. Maybe the beasts. Okay, this narrow corridor thing, even with the lock on, is very frustrating. This is a time where swords would have been much more prominent in their usage, which means that this is a time where, there we go, the lock-on feature works okay, I guess. Not great, but this is a time where swords would have been much more prominent in their usage. I have swords here, for real. I have real swords, and I can tell you, in a narrow corridor, the first thing I'm going to be doing is not swinging. I'm going to start stabbing. That's going to be the first thing I'm going to do in a narrow corridor, because I'm going to understand that I can't reach. So I don't understand why that isn't... I don't have a jab option. Okay, Roberto looks a little weary-eyed. I wish I could see what this... Okay, there's nothing here, I guess? There's nothing vibrating. So there's nothing invisible there, I guess. Climb up. There's a ladder there. One moment, let me take a look this way just to make sure I've not forgotten. This looks brighter. Okay, alright. Well, can I get around this rock? There we go. And again, I have a filter on what you guys are seeing so that it brightens up the contrast a little bit. I don't want it to be too terribly jarring, of course. But I can't... I cannot imagine that without that filter, you guys would be able to see. I tried some test footage originally, and it was just impossible. Oh, hey. I didn't even see you. It was just impossible to see anything that was captured in the darker areas. And I know you spend a fair amount in the dark on this game, so I hope that the filter is helpful and not jarring or uncomfortable. I saw an X on your map somewhere. Did you? Okay, where do we see? Okay, I see what you're saying. That's back where I came from. So let me go back there real quick. I missed something. That X came up and faded, so I didn't even notice it, so I appreciate that. I'm telling you, Banjo, without your help, I would not have made it halfway through. Half as far as I've made it without... I would have had to have had the guide open, and I guarantee you I wouldn't have done it on my phone. I would have just bought the blasted guide and waited for it to come in to continue. Because this game... Okay, so I believe it was 2 rooms ago. So this game is absolutely esoteric. There's no way. It's not intuitive, which is not a bad thing. It's just not intuitive to me. Okay, so this is the correct room. So I'm going to make the assumption that this... Yes! Dust and rock fall from the roof through a fault in the stone. It is difficult for Roberto to assess how sturdy the place is, but it needs a lot of reinforcement if it is to be built upon. Okay. So that's an X gone from here. So okay, so I'm working my way back. What was up here? Okay, that's the man that babbled incoherently that I... Okay, so we're good. Okay, so let's keep working our way back, I suppose. I haven't yet seen another X since then, and I wouldn't have seen... truth, I didn't see that one until you mentioned it, so... Back up we go. We'll see if they give me a message of, oh, you didn't survey all the stuff yet, or anything like that, but... And we know some of these guys end up being hostile. They end up being the demons in disguise. But yeah, this game isn't very intuitive. And again, I don't think games necessarily have to be intuitive, especially if they're a mystery game. a game that thrives on mystery and horror. I don't think they necessarily need to be intuitive, but this one is so esoteric that I could see that without a guide, this would be a first major playthrough or a first playthrough in 20 years. I definitely see that guide needing to be broken out. So, okay. The foundation for the monument has been constructed, but it has suffered some damage. The rest of the complex is unknown, but Roberto must discover if construction can continue. Okay, I thought... So I have this chain, but this chain doesn't seem to... Okay, that's the same thing. This is the hole that they had left me in, so this is not... This is not something that I can... So I have to find a way to if I can't come back out... I thought that the whole... You can scroll floors on the map somehow? Okay. Let's see how to... okay, Y, X, Y, Z. So we have... Okay. So I can go up floor. Down. 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 Okay, there is one more room that I missed. Let me adjust my seating really quickly. Push this back for a second. I'm sitting in a kind of a different position. I'm trying something else out. A seat, for whatever the reason is, this seat hurts my tailbone. I don't know if I just have I don't know if I'm just particularly unevolved and I just have a remarkably prominent tailbone or what, but it does hurt my tailbone, even with proper posture. So I need to be at the very deepest floor somehow. It's the one room that I have missed the survey on. I thought that was the one with the tentacle, where I had done that, where the little tentacle beast had come out and I had killed it. It robs you of sanity relatively quickly. And then I thought that I had killed it and surveyed from there, but maybe I'm wrong. Clearly I'm wrong, because there's one marked, but maybe I'm wrong on which room it is, I'm trying to say. Let's see. But we're almost done with the surveying part, it seems to be. Again, I have enjoyed this section a lot more than the Paul Luther section, which I assume is probably... I'm curious. Banjo, you might be able to answer. Maybe it's in a nearby room. Maybe it's in nearby. I think it said it was the very deepest room. According to this, it's the very deepest room. So, I need to figure out how to get to the very... I have to go to the deepest room I can get to. One of my control... Oh, no! Is it showing... is it one of your PS5 controllers? Oh, shoot. I'm gonna get hit by a trapper in this room. Alright. I'm gonna hit by the trapper if he hurries. I didn't get hit by him. Is a PS5 control... So when you say, is it a PS5 controller? And if so, is it just not glowing when you charge it? Because I had that exact same issue with one of mine, like within, I think, 2 or 3 months of after I had bought it. And the only fix for it is to replace the battery entirely, which they've integrated so you can't hot swap the battery. It was, see, that was, I don't know. They wouldn't warranty mine, so I ended up having to buy another one. So I bought I have a God of War, I ended up getting a God of War, the Skull and Hati Wolf God of War one. Yeah, that's one thing I hate about integrated rechargeable batteries. They're convenient almost all the time, but when they fail, they are the most inconvenient. You still never did anything with that dead body on a trap room. Yeah, I didn't do anything with that because I didn't think there was something to be done there. Is there something to be done with? Because we're talking about this one here, yes? Right? I saw that was there, but there's nothing in there that I can see, and if I step in there, it'll just crush me. 60 pounds each, too. Yeah, as I say here, they're $70, $69.99, so yeah. The God of War one's actually more expensive. I got lucky on that one. I think that one's like $100. People are paying upward of $100 here. You can do something with it? Okay. Well, I learned a summon zombie spell, so let's see if I can do that. That's what feels right. Treat it like a puzzle. Okay. I feel like let's start there then. I feel like that I've learned the summon zombie spell, and I feel like that I don't need to make a new spell. I need to pick from my spell list. I feel like the summon zombies. No, I feel like the summon zombie spell. Press A to attack enemies. Attack can be targeted. Attack enemies had to perform a gnaw attack. Release control of zombie. Okay, so I did a stupid thing and I stood in the way of the door. So let's see if I can get by. Haha. Oh, god dang it. Okay, I'm just gonna run. Oh yeah. Shoot.
No further.
You're right. I should have.
Down where you stand.
Okay, I won't move any farther.
What? I am the guardian of this temple.
Okay, that's Kareem, yeah?
None shall enter except the chosen.
Oh, shoot. Well, okay.
Speak. You are the chosen. For many years I have tested those who came here and all have failed.
What'd you do, just kill them?
You are unaffected by the power I wield.
Oh, that's gotta feel really good for a...
Surely be the chosen.
Yeah, you're right. I should have saved, though, before this, but maybe.
Once I was as you.
Maybe not.
Confused and without answers. Yet they came in time.
This may be the floor that I failed to inspect, though, also, so... I'll save as soon as this is available, so long as the darkness isn't coming.
My sacrifice was not in vain.
That's good. That's a good thing. You don't want your sacrifices to be in vain. I don't know why. By the way, I think I've thrown this in before. If you're noticing the black boxes around it, for whatever reason, they did the... Oh, we're taking the Zelatath. We chose Chaturga, but we're taking the Zelatath effigy now. Okay, so let's... I have to pick that up first. Roberto can feel the acidic touch of the artifact's magic reaching towards him. Using a shred of cloth from his robes to shield his hands, he retrieves the hovering artifact. And yeah, I took the essence of Zelatoth. Okay. And I found a ruby effigy. Okay. So I'm going to see if I can save. 12. Okay, so we're going to do this one. Thank you for the reminder. Let's see. Yes, this is yes. I would like to survey. The room appears to be an incredibly ancient shrine to the ancients, as noted in the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Could this be what Roberto's capture seeks to preserve with his monument? Ooh, it very probably is. I just wasn't sure if you had saved it all since... I had not, so I appreciate that very much. Roberto has completed his survey of the complex. Now he can return to the surface and report his findings to his captor. Okay, so I am going to... So I found two effigies here, though. This is a problem, because I've found the effigy of Chaturga. I found the effigy of whatever the heck the blue one is called. But I found the actual essence of Zelatoth. So I would think there would be an effigy to Zelatoth also. I think there would be an emerald effigy, yes? But I have not yet found one. I'm trying to see if there's a vibration of sorts. No, there's no vibration, which I didn't assume I was going to find a ruby effigy in the same room as I was going to find a, what's this way? Okay, this looks like where the Tome of Eternal Darkness sits normally. Probably in a later chapter. Okay. A construct of human bones lashed together to form a small shrine. A shade of skin tops the edifice, making the light cast eerie shadows on the wall that glow with a warmth of their own. Okay, can I... But I can't walk beyond it? No? And all of the examination is just of this. It's not giving me an option. Let me see if I can put... I just want to see if I can use... No, I can't. Can I use the effigies there? No. Can I use... No. Okay. It feels like what the Tome of Eternal Darkness should be sitting on. I know it normally sits on the hand. There's no vibration or anything. And I know when we were here previously that had something. Okay. So I need to figure out really quickly. I just want to take a peek. There's got to be something. There's got to be something with this. That's what I thought too. Yeah, that's where Karim found the Tome of Eternal Darkness. But I was trying to figure out if there's something I'm supposed to do with it. It could be where Pius found it. That's a good point. I felt like it was where Karim found it, but it could have been where Pius found it. It might be. So maybe I'm only meant to see that, but I'm not meant to do anything about it. I find it interesting that Pius... I don't understand... I guess I don't understand is why Pius went evil so quickly. I'm probably going to get hit by a trapper, by the way. Just throwing that out there. If the trapper's still here. I heard Pargon, so that's a 5-star. I'm just going to leave that alone. And we're just going to go. We're just going to leave. I don't understand why... Firstly, a man named Pius, who was easily able to turn tail on his life, which Spartans were lifelong. Okay, yeah, there was no way I was going to get out of that. All right, that's fine. I knew I was going to get hit by a trapper one way or the other. I just didn't know what way it was going to be. Give me purple. I'm just going to run. I see there's at least... He's blocking the way, but once he stands up, he won't be. I'm just going to football dash my way around, and there we go. Luckily, we've learned that summoning a trapper and a trapper using his thing to put you to the trapper dimension kills the trapper. So it's kind of like the Bumblebee defense. Or defense, I suppose. If they sting you, they die. That's kind of the nature of that. So let's run back to the surface, where we were before, I believe. I think you meant Centurion or Legionary, not Spartan. You were right, Centurion is what I meant. He wasn't a Spartan. But the same principle applies. The Centurions were people... These are heavily regimented people who literally would forsake their entire individualism, the entire individualism of character, in favor of a greater cause, and they would hold fast to this ideal of collective benefit over individual benefit, over individualism. And so I don't understand how he was so quickly corrupt. I mean, it just has to be beastly in its corruptive power, because otherwise he converted way too quickly. I mean, he converted on a whim.
And what news do you bring me, Architect?
The foundations are infested. Demons and devils. Many lives will be lost if you try to build there.
You have done well to complete your goal, Bianchi.
A very Kingdom of Heaven.
Construction will continue as planned.
Very good movie if anyone hasn't seen that. Very nice movie. Or at least I liked it a lot.
Silence, dog! What dwells beneath the Forbidden City is the very reason it was built. For you to understand,
So that is likely the Centurion there.
you must witness it firsthand. Let me educate you. Guards! Put this one with the others of the sacrifice.
Why would you put your head architect at the sacrifice if he hasn't even given you all of the survey at this point?
Scourge of God, appointed to chastise you, since no one knows the remedy for your iniquity except me. You are wicked, but I am more wicked than you. So be silent.
Okay, so that's almost assuredly the Centurion.
Architect, you are about to make your largest contribution to this project.
Okay. So being the chosen one does not seem to protect us all that well. One of the things, this is a real thing. I can't remember exactly where it is historically. Oh, wow, okay. That is interesting. So that's a real thing. That's a real thing they used to do. More prominent in Egypt than it would be in other areas of the Middle East. Of course, Egypt's in North Africa, so not technically the Middle East, but by their armor, it looked like that would have been more Middle Eastern garb. But putting dead people into the walls, into the buildings, is definitely a thing that happened. Traditionally, this would happen around like Byzantine construction. So Byzantine construction, for anybody who's unfamiliar, I'm going to pause this for a second. Byzantine construction, for anybody who's unfamiliar, is when construction of basically a brick structure happens in the back and in the front of something, leaving a gap in the in-between. And then what happens is remnants of junk, rock, and sometimes bone or body, whatever happens, gets dumped into the middle of it. And it was they would dump the bodies and such in there, and they would pack it really tight, and then they would basically have these brick structures on the inside, outside. It was in Turkey. Was that in Turkey? The armor was definitely Ottoman-esque, but at that point in time, that would not have been. I don't think. Well, the thing about the Ottoman Turks is the Ottoman Turks didn't often stay in what would traditionally be considered as Turkey. They were very. I wouldn't call them nomadic. They were very invasive. Let me see. Let's see where they were. See if it'll show me in the save game. You could be right. It may have been in Turkey. Ottoman Turks usually were expansionists looking to occupy more territory. Oh, it doesn't say where they were. It could have been. I mean, you may be right. That may just be in Turkey. 956, 11, 12. All right, we'll just save there, I guess. 956 is certainly. Okay. 1005. Why that doesn't make sense. Let me It doesn't tell me. Maybe it is in Turkey, but most of the time around that time. So 1460. Giving this history. This would be the time about. So the Ottoman Turks at that point in time were expanding. Actually, it's 1460. The Ottoman Turks at that time were actually expanding into. They were trying to expand down and to the east. Into really in particular, they were trying to expand. So that wouldn't have actually been that. Persian desert, yeah. So it's yeah. So that could be the case. I was gonna say I don't know at that time. Let me take a look at something really quickly. Oh, okay. Somebody had sent me a message, and I was like, wait a minute. This is the time of like Count Dracula, the actual guy, Vlad the Impaler III, and at this point in time, he had an issue with the Ottoman Turks. He was born, I think, in 14. I think at this point he would have been in his late teens, early 20s, and so if that's the case, they would have been at that point in time. They were invading Carpathia with an idea of trying to invade in towards Hungary because they would have been dealing with at that point in time. By the way, he would have been imprisoned by them and educated by them in the Islamic way. Vlad was a Christian, or was supposed to be a Christian, and he went back and despised the Ottoman Turks, and so he was basically fighting in the little area between, which is now Transylvania, called Wallachia, and he was there trying to ward Ottoman Turks off of, Hungary, but he kind of played the middle. Obviously, he played Hungary as too, which was predominantly Christian, and the Ottoman Turks obviously were predominantly Islamic or Muslim. So, but if it's Persian desert, then yeah, it's the Middle East-ish. So, which is what I was thinking. It makes sense, I suppose. So what we need to do is... Yeah, I was going to say, every time... The more she reads, the deeper each one hurts her sanity. And I don't know what's going to happen in this mansion. But I don't want it to be... Whatever does happen, I don't want to be as a direct result of... I don't want to be as a direct result of... me not having enough sanity. Because I know something's got to happen at some point. I'm going to look at this again. I tell you, this is the only one that seems to bother me. It's not scary, it's just I feel like that's the... If there was a picture that were going to come to life, that would be the one. Okay, so let's see what I need to find. I know we had the little moon scope thing here, the telescope, rather. Moon scope, my goodness. But yeah, that was the, so the 1400s, early 1461, I think he was 1441, so he would have been 20 if that were the case. Would have been the time of Count Dracula, the man that inspired the character Count Dracula, right? House of Draculesti. One of my absolute favorite historical people to learn about. Now, I mean, he was demented. I'm not telling you that he was a good guy or anything like that. That would be silly. Definitely a product of his time, but one of my absolute favorite people to read about the history, not the fiction. And I've read the fiction. I like the fiction quite a lot, but it's one of the funnest, one of my favorites. One of my favorite historical individuals to read about. Excuse me. See, she doesn't unsettle me because she's always been grumpy. And the guy either, the bearded gentleman, he doesn't bother me either because he's always been grumpy. It's the one that looks sad that bothers me because it's when that one starts to look grumpy that I'm like, shoot. Got a little fire there. That lens flare, we've talked about that. The pantry. The kitchen is as empty as the library is full, a reflection of her grandfather's attitude, always learning, reading, studying, rather than eating. And we learned also that her grandfather, at least the apparition that seems to be her grandfather at this point, he's not behaving as what she seems. She seems to very much... She seems to think very highly of her grandfather, and he seemed to be very rude this last time, very down... he was very down on her. See, he also looks just, So, I feel like that this could be the Centurion. I feel like that this could be the Centurion again. Trying to kind of pervade her viewpoint on things, skew her viewpoint a bit on everything. So we've nothing here again, nothing in the toilet. I don't know where new things are popping up, and that unlike the other chapters, it didn't give me an idea of where exactly to check. I know there are rooms I haven't checked, I'm just making sure. But the last one was like, check in the library, check the bookcase. In this case, it hasn't given me that yet. I wondered if that horse could potentially have been an effigy. It's not. It's a landscape. One of our presidents. It's not a president. I know it's supposed to be a Roivus. It looks like it could have been one of our presidents, but not quite. Looked it up in the... Oh, I'm sorry. That was the same comment. My apologies. Okay, we found stuff in this room. That painting is just... this is an oddly proportioned painting of a man in a somewhat Napoleonic garb. Obviously an intentional exaggeration. It gives the painting an oddly quirky feeling with the big eyes and little... That feels like the eyes might follow me, but beyond that, not really anything. It's very caricaturist, very cartoonish. Windows. It's been sunset for a very long time. So I'm a very fast reader, I assume. Okay, so it's back to that Napoleonic. Nothing in the cabinet. This is about that painting. This is a guest bedroom, I assume. And that's about the painting as well. We found like chapter 2 here behind that, so I didn't think there would be anything. This page is harder to find since you don't have an obvious new ability. Yeah, I have summon zombie. This one's too dark. Perhaps the circuit has been broken. I haven't found any circuit breaker or box that I would believe that is the case. A wallpaper in the section of the hallway is oddly marred through, so it feels like I believe I tried it. I'll double try it. I'll try again. That's a double try, but I'll try it again. There's a podium out there. It feels like that. So the only rooms that I've not gone in at this point within the game are let's go back to this. So I have 3 new spells that I will learn. I have spell number 9, which is some form of explosion spell. This is what feels. I don't think it's enchant item damage field dispel magic. So it's not a shield. I feel like this should do something. You see how so it did something to the texture, but I think that that's a game problem. Let's try that one more time, but with a different deity. You see that it goes over the texture differently, but no, it doesn't seem to do... Whoa. No, that's just... No. It doesn't seem to do anything to this. And I don't understand why. Like, if this is wallpaper that looks to be marred, I think I would be ripping the wallpaper off. But I don't know. And then this is the circuit. For this page, you pretty much have to look at something, and look at something. That's not it. I have to look at something. Okay. All right. I appreciate that hint. I just don't know what to look at. I don't feel like it's in there. We've looked at all of this stuff. I'm looking at reveal invisible, but that's not it. Let's go downstairs. We'll start over here again real quick. Sorry. We've looked at these Roivus paintings, and they say the same thing they've said. The clock was the first thing to take a peek at. Which we did way early. A beautiful carriage clock. The upper hand appears to be stuck, yet the clock continues to tick, with the time permanently set to 3:33. 3:33. Okay, there's this picture. Portraits of the... So it's the same thing as the others. Portraits of the ancestral Roivus line. Portraits of the ancestral Roivus line. There should be a comma, I think, there, because Roivus line and line the foyer could both be a sentence. Portraits of the ancestral Roivus line the foyer walls. Their faces reveal a dark, brooding edge. There is something about each one that gives the viewer an unsettling feeling. He doesn't feel too unsettling. He feels kind of action hero-y. It's one of the fastest intermissions between chapters in the game. Is it really? I mean, it may not be for me, as long as it may take me to find these bleeding things, so... We'll see what I can see here. This, maybe the family tree? In a warm glow of the candlelight, the Roivus family tree hangs from a wall. Shadows flitter across its surface, obscuring the detail. If one looks closely, the family secrets are revealed. But it doesn't let me look any closer. Nope. I would think that would be the thing I would want to do, is I would look at the family tree. If one looks closely. I feel like, maybe I'm wrong. I really want to try this. I feel like it's telling me to look more closely at that, and I did just pick up the essence of Zelatoth. No, doesn't show me anything. I feel like that if I were going to do this, if I were in her position, I would look at that family tree and I would trace... I would be tracing where I had just left off with my reading. And figure out who the next person was. That would give me, I think, a clue. We don't have the essence of Zelatoth any longer, though, do we? We have the essence of Mantarok, but we don't have the essence of Zelatoth. And we can't touch the essence of Mantarok directly. Yeah, because it will kill us. We know that. These books contain the history of the Roivas family, genealogy, birth, and death records, deeds and writs. The Roivas history is a troubled one. As Mediterranean immigrants, the early Roivases were shunned by other settlers in North America. Suspected of witchcraft, the Roivas were convicted during the witch hunts, forcing them into hiding. As memories faded, the Roivas rebuilt their lives. I don't think that would work, since a lot of the characters couldn't be blood-related. I would think they would have to in some shape, form, or fashion, though, wouldn't they? I mean, I was thinking the same thing when we talk about, like, Paul Luther. He would have to be celibate, right? You would think that he would have to be celibate, but at some point he was related, wasn't he? Pretty sure Kareem had no kids. Well, that's what I was thinking again about Paul Luther, too, is he would have to be celibate. But I'm wondering... I was thinking that all of these were Roivas... But maybe, I mean, I bet you're probably right. I need to look at that. This actually has a pretty good amount, in my opinion, has a pretty good amount of lore. Same with the dancer. Okay, I want to take a look. I need to take a look at the lore. I want to take a look and see if there is a family tree in there that tries to make it kind of cohesive, to see if there is, like, oh yeah, there's a definitive end here. I think that would be really cool. So, I could be, I mean, again, I could be wrong. But I'd like to take a look at it and see. So. Okay. This is locked. Well, yeah, that's what I meant to do, Alex. This is locked. There's no key for this. This leads me back into the library. The Roivas pictures don't seem to be doing the trick. There's nothing in the kitchen. There's nothing upstairs. Make sure I take a look at the piano room really quickly. I think they're all... Oh, okay, so these guys are the chosen of Mantarok, which is really cool, too. So I wonder how that ties in, then, if you don't find the effigy or the essence of Mantarok. Because, like, oh, you just basically were the chosen of Mantarok to fight... What do we have here? Oh, nothing? Nothing. We know that this... The other thing I want to do is, we know that this fireplace opens up, but we've not done anything with it. The illustration features a collection of strange line designs related to each other in a cyclical manner, but there appears to be some significance to it, but it isn't particularly evident. There's significance, but we don't know what it is. And these are just landscapes. But we know, the thing is, we know this fireplace opens up from several chapters ago. Right? We know that happens. The table is set for one. Alex's grandfather, Edward's private nature meant that he never had many visitors, and this is the lonely evidence of it. Aw. Poor guy. But yeah, we know that we know the significance to an extent because it's been written about. But we know that this fireplace has a secret entrance behind it is the problem. Because of the way that these little things down below it are, in the way that those things are organized, we know that there's a hidden room back there. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably do. I feel like I've gone everywhere. I'm not sure quite what in the world. We have the piano we found a page inside of. Seeing the piano stirred up distant recollections of Paul Luther's story in Alex's mind. The echoes of these notes within the cathedral echo also within her own consciousness. Her hands are drawn to the keys almost of their own accord. I can play the piano, but it will do nothing. Yeah, does nothing. Did I hit the right keys? I'll do it one more time just for the fun of it. Yeah, that's the right one. So yeah, it doesn't do anything else now. She's drawn to it. She played 7 notes and she's done. It's in the secret. Oh, it's in the secret. Really? Okay. I shouldn't have wandered as much as I did. That's the... Wait a minute. No, I know where I am. I'm on the wrong side of the hallway. Okay, secret study it is. I felt like that room was the first one that I immediately saw everything about, because I keep going back into that room. That's where I mean, that's basically where I go back there to read whether I have to or don't. Okay. The small shrine of candles, their placement appear to be very deliberate, matching the etchings on the table and the wall's illustrations. The candles have been lit to match the theme of the illustration. Okay. We know that. Oh. Okay. An unseen force guides Alex's hand towards the painting, compelling her to look behind it. She reaches out and pulls back the painting, and discovers a chapter page hidden beneath it. Yes. A sense of familiarity overcomes her as the chapter page comes to her fingers. So does the realization that Roberto's spirit is aiding her. To end all wars. Okay. I would have thought I would have found that painting for... I mean, obviously I know the game did it, but I would have thought I would have found that first, being in this room most often, or more often than not. Yeah, that's true.
The Black Guardian.
Very clever of them for that. Thank you, by the way, very much, Mr. Banjo.
And the binding continues to weaken. We feed it flesh, but I fear it will not guard.
Okay, that's a paring knife that he's using, basically. That's the shape of a paring knife.
The matter. It must remain and guard the artifact until the time of planetary alignment. After that, the Guardian may return to its lair. Our master does not like failure. It is imperative to keep the binding intact. I
have no idea what... I mean, it's just had to be a deep corruption, because he didn't seem like someone who would go to being so evil so quickly. The other thing about it is, we know at least from the beginning, he's not speaking English. He's got to be speaking Latin, right? So all of these other people also speak Latin, which would have died out for the most part, except for within like the Vatican City. Okay, so I think we've already done this. Is a bizarre drawing of a Cyclopean city. Its immense architecture bathed in an unnatural fog. The detail is incredible. As Alex studies it, she can almost imagine the city's inhabitants. Cyclopean city. Okay, so we actually have the chapter page. Okay, I have an issue. What is that, Mr. Ash? This looks like some kind of mask. The face is serene in composure, with a faint hint of a smile tugging at the corners of its mouth, and eyes closed in deep meditation. Pius has had enough disguises. He must be an insane polyglot. That could be. I mean, he could be gifted unnaturally with language. I don't know what game to play next. What genre of game? Let's say that. What genre of game are you in the mood for? And I can maybe make a suggestion.
Wars redefined how mankind looked at war and the value of human life.
Is this going to be a little bit...
Men lost their lives every day in the trenches of the Somme.
Oh, okay.
Some say uselessly. Some invoke a higher cause. I read accounts of the slaughter from many journalists who spent time in the trenches. But I found the account...
It's going to be much more recent.
...to be the most horrible of all. His implication about the ancients' involvement with the war was hideous and so obvious. With the horror of the Battle of the Somme scant miles away and the distant echoes of pounding artillery, a young journalist named Peter Jacob researched his latest story from the front lines.
Yeah, 1916. This is much more recent.
Brought him to Oubliette Cathedral, now transformed into a field hospital.
That sounds like a terrible thing to be inside of an Oubliette Cathedral, knowing what an oubliette is.
The purpose behind all the senseless violence that surrounds me.
Young men die at a rate unheard of in centuries of warfare. Shelling, machine guns, and mustard gas rip, pierce, and burn their flesh. Men soak gauze in their own urine to stop the insidious gas. The hospitals here cannot cope with the torrent of wounded.
His inner monologue is remarkably delicate. I'm not one to speak because I don't really have inner monologue. I don't have inner monologue. I don't hear my own voice in my head when I think. I read it off of a wall in my mind. Okay, so this being much more recent, there's something more comfortable about this than perhaps there should be. Yeah, Ash, if you'll tell me about what genre, I can perhaps make some suggestions about what genre you might be most interested in playing. I want to play more platformers again after Astrobot, but I have a few AAA games I really should play, though. So long as they're AAA games that you're really interested in playing, I would say go for it. But hold on, let me read this. A soldier's letter on the table waiting to be sent home. Okay, let's take it. We'll read it here in a second. Of the AAA games, do you have a couple of them that you want to list that I could maybe make a suggestion of one above the other? Unless, of course, you're not looking for the suggestion. But I've been talking about Castlevania, the Dominus Collection. I've been playing Order of Ecclesia, and I've been playing... they did come out with a kind of a new Castlevania game. They came with a new iteration of Haunted Castle on that, which is really good. In the vein of retro-esque Metroidvania games, any of the games on that collection right there, any of the games, I'm not even kidding, with exception to the original Haunted Castle, are phenomenal action platformers, 2D action platformers. And I highly recommend them. If you're looking to play AAA titles, I'd have to know kind of which ones you're most interested in to give any sort of insight at all. Although I can say like Baldur's Gate is a great one. Jedi Survivor, Immortals of Aveum, Dead Space Remake, Soten, Miles Morales are some of the... So here's what I'm going to say. Jedi Survivor is an easy, safe bet. It is... I'm just going to say, of all of those, it ticks a lot of boxes. So I haven't played Immortals of Aveum, so I can't say on that. Dead Space Remake is great. I have played it. It's just a better version of what you've probably already experienced, is all I'm going to say there. Soten is phenomenal, but it is old. I did start and enjoyed it, but it's been a while. Oh, yeah, of course. Soten is phenomenal, but it also is an earlier iteration, so it's not going to tick as many boxes, I think, that might scratch an itch for you. Now, if you're just looking for an old-fashioned, good Metroidvania, Soten all the way. And I think it's a game everybody should play at least once, because it is one of the most remarkable games over two genres. Miles Morales is really, really good. It's kind of short, so it might be, if you're wanting something that's easily digestible, that might be a really good one. But again, it feels a lot like if you played Spider-Man or any of the Spider-Man games recently, if you played 1 or 2, Miles Morales is a lot of the same, just a little bit shorter, a little bit more digestible. I might actually wait till Christmas till Miles Morales. It's really good. I want to say that. It's really good. It's got a great ending. I mean, the story's great. It's a little shorter than the other Spider-Man games. It's a little easier to pass. It's really good. But it's a lot of the same as the original Spider-Mans with some different twists on the... I mean, Miles is a little bit different, right? He's not super different. Jedi Survivor is fun in the Metroidvania-esque way, where basically you're searching all these different rooms. It's a lot of open room. It's a lot of platforming, very Uncharted-y kind of platforming sections. Depending on how hard the combat is, you can have it go from an easy hack and slash to a much more difficult Soulsborne style game, and it's very, very open. Once you get past the initial areas, it's very, very open to be discovered. Lots of things to be discovered, lots of materials and pieces, lots of things you can buy to upgrade your experiences. And the story is really, really good. I feel like that one, of the ones you've listed, with exception to I don't know Immortals of Avian, that one probably ticks the most boxes. I might start with Soten. It's a game. Yeah, and I definitely think Soten is a game everybody should play. That game has amazing music. It plays super well. It's so good. It's just, if you were looking for something that ticks all of those boxes, Survivor, I think, is going to take it. But Soten... definitely. And if you're playing on the Requiem, I'll be very clear about this. If you're playing on the Requiem collection on the PlayStation 5, they came out with PS4, but it's backwards compatible. Dracula X is it's not. You should definitely play Soten, but Dracula X isn't one to just leave there. So, don't worry about it. That's part of the stream, and part of having fun for the stream is getting to talk with you guys. So no, that's fine. Okay, so let's see what I have. So I have flash powder and a flash pan, so I assume I'm a photographer. I don't actually have the stuff necessary for photography, but a flash pan and flash powder would be used for photography at this time. It's 1916. But I have no camera. I have a lucky penny, which looks to be... Let's check all these things real quick. An old coin marked in a peculiar manner. It has held sentimental value for someone. Whoever holds the penny will undoubtedly receive good fortune. Well, that's nice. I can actually use this a couple of times, but I have 5 flash powders I could load the pan with. This is a photographer's flash pan used to hold combustible powders when ignited to create a large white flash. Can sometimes used to stun enemies. Okay. And that's to load the flash pan, right? Which makes sense. I completed Astro a couple of days after it launched and have just been slowly ticking away at various unlocks, so I need something new. It'll probably be Soten and Survivor. Oh yeah. I think that's a great idea. So I can stun enemies with the flash here, which is good. I have so this guy is very occulty, very mystically inclined, not remarkably sane. I guess that's what war will do to you. And he's not remarkably hardy, so he's not. I think being a soldier would make you a hardier individual, but I guess not. He's more mystically inclined, which doesn't make as much sense. Like Luther, it makes more sense that you would be that way. But soldier's letter. First letter from Private Reginald Jackson to his love, Margaret. I was admitted to this hospital on Tuesday. The damage caused to my legs was slight, but there is no way that I could ever walk normally again. I hate this place. Every day I am reminded that I will never be able to do the things I love. The hospital is a very strange place. Converted from an old cathedral, there is an odd atmosphere around it, silent but for the words of the wounded, calling out in the night. There is no doubt it is haunted. What I find most odd in this place is that you never see anyone leave during the day. It's not right. No goodbyes or farewells, just an empty bed when you wake. So this cathedral very likely is the one that Paul Luther was in. I've decided to try and not play through 2 AAA games at once, at least current AAA, so Soten might be a nice alternative. I think that'd be a great mix. Soten is, again, when we're talking about esotericisms, if we're talking about esotericism, Soten does have its share of esotericisms because there is a false ending, a true ending, and so on and so forth. It was kind of the earliest iterations of these types of things. Not the earliest. Earlier iterations would be... excuse me. The earliest iterations of things like this would be like Clock Tower for the Super Nintendo, but it does have those things. I've been replaying Axiom Verge if you want an indie recommend. Oh, that's a great recommendation. If you're very much into the Metroid-style games, Axiom Verge is a phenomenal recommendation, Banjo. You know what I'd love to see you stream? Maximo. Have you played it? The sequel's great. I do have the Maximo games. I actually bought them because... I actually found and purchased them because you recommended them. So, yes, I do have them, and I will play them at some point in time because of that. I'll put them up. So, again, we have the next 2 games lined up already. We know we're going to do this one, and then after we finish that, we're going to do the I Have No Mouth and I Must Stream, which should be fairly short. I would assume we can probably get the whole thing done in 4 or 5 episodes. That would be my guess. Maybe 6 at the worst, but I think I can at very least do a character per episode, and I think they're short enough I could probably do 2 characters in an episode, so depending on how it is. So it wouldn't be very long. And then after that, I'm doing some Hat in Time with DLC. And then after that, I have another vote, so I'll put Maximo in that. I haven't been able to get to the sequel yet, and I don't know why. Oh, well, that's fair. Yeah. My memory is so bad, and I don't remember recommending them to you. Where am I? Yeah, it's been a while. You recommended them to me, though, and I picked them up. I sent you a picture when I picked them up, showing you that I had picked them up because I thought you might be excited about that. And I just hadn't thought to put it up because I was having to work on how I was going to stream from PS2. I did a test stream of Ghost in the Shell, and from that point, I just didn't think to put them up for vote. Covered with bloodstained sheets, these poor souls have passed from this world. For them, the suffering is over, but for those around them, the ordeal continues. We don't know that the suffering is over either, though. We don't know that these guys can't currently be resurrected in service of something much more sinister. This is definitely the Paul Luther Cathedral. The faint sound of moaning emanates from behind the linen veils. Whispered utterances, frantic prayers to loved ones. Words offered only by those who face their mortality. I don't necessarily know that's the case. There's still poetry. There's a nurse. With a motherly voice, the nurse advises that Peter get some rest. Aw. I'm assuming I'm Peter. The soldier is rather distressed. Perhaps he has lost a lot of friends in the trenches of the Somme. He confides that the only stories are sad ones, and that the only true heroes are in the mortuary. Very possible. Very possible. I have not gotten through I have not gotten through Axiom Verge 2, no. It wasn't that I didn't care about it much, I just haven't... I was going to add it to the collection digitally, and when it was on like a sale, and then I was like, I kind of want the physical, and then I said, well, I'll find that and I'll play it through when I get the physical. Okay, so this is the same as what the other gentleman said. So yeah, this is definitely this, because we have the same tabernacle over here. There's something I can pick up over there too. We have the same tabernacle. Tabernacle should be lost. The cathedral's tabernacle is fashioned from aged varnished mahogany. Its doors are closed, and it doesn't appear to be any way of opening them manually. We know that there is a way of opening them manually, and that it is the organ that's over here on the other side. But I doubt very highly that Peter's going to know what that is. Oh, we have a wax-sealed envelope. Finds a sealed envelope that seems to have been left behind. All right, let's take that. And we're going to do a bad thing and break the seal. Okay, this is just us seeing the... Yep.
I like how they tie...
I like how they tie this in. Hey, Fighting Max, welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. Guacamelee is another fantastic Metro. Yes, I have a Steelbook version of that, if you can believe it. That's really cool. I played 2. It's okay, but it doesn't have the Metroid vibe as much. Oh yeah, yeah, that's fair too. I blocked Fighting Max because kept. No, but welcome back in, Fighting Max. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're having a really nice weekend. I am remarkably sore and having fun playing a game, but I feel okay. I'm sore. I'm burned. Just getting out of being sick. It's been a really big series of circumstances. My goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and open that. Soldier's orders. Oh, and it looks like there's something tacked on there. Oh, I didn't realize you were. I didn't realize you were streaming. I apologize. I haven't checked my phone except for text messages just recently, so I apologize. So I can't use the order. Am I meant to give the orders to someone? I guess then can I check them? Yes, an official note on Army Regulation Stationery. The note reads, Private Thompson, by order of Lieutenant Hargraves on behalf of H.R.H. George V, you are to leave your post of duty and rally the street outside Oublay Cathedral. Further orders will be presented at the rallying point. God save the king. Okay, God save the king. Well, okay. So that gives us an indication of whereabout the Oublay Cathedral is. Oublay Cathedral is. Again, sounds not so great considering we know what... Oh, he's not going to let me play the piano. The guard frowns and ushers Peter away from the organ. He explains that he's one of the few antiques in the region that has so far survived the war, and that while he's alive, it will remain intact. Wait. The guard inspects the orders and hands them back to Peter, saying that these orders are intended for someone else. Okay, well... Orders from the front, sir. The guard quietly but strongly points out that the area is off limits to civilians. Okay. Okay, they're not for him either. So I'm going to have to find orders upon orders upon orders. I'm a journalist, I guess. I'm certainly a photographer. I wouldn't otherwise have a flash pan, but I have no camera. So back in the day when you would take these pictures, you would actually you would have a flash. Excuse me. You'd have a flash pan loaded with flash powder, but then you take the camera would ignite the flash. You'd have a thing that ignited the flash powder, rather. You have a button on the flash pan that would do that. And then you would take the picture as the flash pan ignited for a flash, right? But I have no camera. So I'm a very poor photographer at this point. Okay, this is a 7-pointed spell. Yep. An odd collection of colored lines decorate the wall. Below, the designs appear to lead up into the wall, going nowhere. I just want to try it. I don't think it's going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. I'm magically inclined, so I have enough to spare. Let's go ahead and save. Save. Boop. We'll save here. Yes, save and continue. And our name is Peter Jacob. We have 2 first names, so we're not to be trusted, is the rumor. Okay, what am I trying to do? Oh, yes. So, I want to just try... I don't have a 7-point spell, but I would like to just try for the sake of ease. Oh, I don't have any magic. I don't have the Tome of Eternal Darkness, so it doesn't matter. I can't use it. Yep, that's right. I'm a reporter, Why do I have a flash pan without a camera, though? What a silly thing. It was fun. Good. I try not to stream when you do so I can watch, but the most opportune... but this was most... No. Don't worry about that. I apologize. I didn't get to catch your stream. I mean, it causes me no offense. Do what's... Again, I say this a lot, but I mean it. Do what's comfortable for you. There's no expectation. I appreciate everybody being here. There's never an expectation for anybody to be here or not. I've talked with people about that where it's, oh, people didn't show up to the stream and therefore we're not friends anymore. That's not... If that's the metric of a friend, you didn't make a friend. You made a business venture. This is not a business to me. Abruptly, the guard asks if Peter has clearance for the old tower, as it is a restricted area. I do not. Hold on. You don't happen to be this man, do you? Nope. Okay. I'm glad you had fun, though. Was it Skyrim that you streamed again, or was it something else? Skyrim is a really fun game to stream. I streamed Oblivion, and I like Oblivion better than I like Skyrim. It was Skyrim good. Skyrim is nice. I like Oblivion better, but it's undeniable that Skyrim is fun and that it is, there's a lot of extra, like the music's really good. There's a lot of things you couldn't do in Oblivion. It's just didn't have the same appeal for me. Okay, I need to figure out one of these guys I need to be able to give this to. The guard shifts about, obviously bored with his duty and awaiting a replacement or perhaps a call to arms. Okay, so he's waiting. There we go. Oh. Ash, I think you're going to take this as an offense. There is no way. I've never heard an Englishman say the word bloody, even with a Cockney accent. I've never heard a Cockneyed accent British individual or English individual say bloody. Is that real? I mean, have you heard that anywhere, Ash? You would have probably heard it more than I have. I've never heard it said that way. I've spoken with Englishmen. I've spoken with Englishmen. I've spoken with a fair few Englishmen, in fact. I've never heard of any of them saying bloody hell. We must be on the offensive. Following the orders, he takes leave of his post. He was waiting for orders to get the heck out of Dodge anyway. I like Skyrim, though. I like the music of Skyrim a lot. That's the one real big standout for me. Now, again, I don't think it's better necessarily than Oblivion, and especially with the stuff, again, mimetic stage that Oblivion's reached. I think because you don't often see dialect spelled, it looks very exaggerated. If it's supposed to be phonetic, right, that's bloody, but I've never heard bloody. No, I don't know. La victory est à nous. Okay. Little little German helmet underfoot. Designed to muster patriotic feelings, these posters declare that the Allies are fighting a good fight. It's small comfort for the occupants of the room whose spent corpses line the cold cathedral floor. Well, that's about fair, I suppose, yeah. No war is a good war, they say. Technically, that's not true. All wars are good and bad. Okay, so we are now in the dark. We could use the flash pan. We're not going to. Stacked like logs, Peter stands before the price of human war, the bloodied corpses of young men who have made the ultimate sacrifice to defend their own countries and those of others. I will say that's a thing. To be a soldier is an unenviable and yet at the same time brave undertaking. I can't tell if that hand seems more dilapidated than it did before. Kind of. And we know what this says, so we're going to go ahead and take the tome. And we now gain all of the memories of everyone past, and I believe this is the most, with exception to Alex, this is the most modern we've been. I believe. There's certainly a lot. Yeah, there are a lot of things you can say about war. I think that wars over arbitrary things obviously are silly, but what I define as arbitrary and what other people would are very different. So all I have is a gun and a... wow. Okay, well, let's go ahead and equip the gun. I only have 6 shots. I have no additional ammo. This isn't looking promising, but we're going to go with it. Yeah, this isn't looking remarkably promising. Why did he fire? Okay, we're just gonna go. I'm actually on the same number of parts of Skyrim as you are on this game. Oh, I'm part 5. Very nice. Okay, I'm gonna... This is the room where we found... I don't have enough weapon. I need a weapon. I need a weapon. The altar stands wreathed in a cold mist. As Peter nears the stone, a sense of deep woe gnaws at his heart. The cathedral is undoubtedly evil, and not the holy place he had thought it to be. Excuse me. Forgive me for not being able to read. 6 shots in the gun. It's a revolver, which makes sense. I need you gone. I need out of the way, Peter. We have an upstairs here, which we know leads to... what used to lead to like a bookshelf, series of bookshelves, right? And a secret door. I need to find a melee weapon or something renewable. I now have... Okay, he renews sanity very poorly. He renews health better than he renews sanity. Albeit one of my streams is only about... That's okay. The idea behind the streams are always, and at least in mine, play until you can't or don't want to. There should never be an obligation to do it. I think it's really good. Most of mine... this one right here was particularly... or will be particularly long because we got to talk ahead of time. What do we have? This should be bullets. 8mm revolver. That's a box. What is... And this box has 12. Okay, that's not too bad, I suppose. Ah, there we go. This is what we'll... a two-edged sword. Yes, let us take that. That is what we're going to be using a fair bit, because that gun seemed to be fairly useless. So what I am going to do, though, is I'm going to mix this with this. Don't just dump the... Okay, does that actually dump that, or... No, okay. So what he did is he pulled the cylinder out and he dumped the 6, and showed him dumping all 6 of them. And we need that not to be the case. We need him to keep... There's a realistic version in some games where when you dump your cylinder... how far are you into the game? Yeah, chapter 9. When you dump... I think there are only, what, like 12 chapters or something like that in this game? Maybe there are more than that, but anyway. When you dump your cylinder, if you dump your cylinder, you dump all 6 shots. That's just how that works. If you're doing it... Nope. Okay, come on. If you dump your cylinder, you dump all 6 shots. As far as I know, I don't know of any way... I don't know of any way to dump a cylinder without dumping all... His sanity goes so quickly. Okay, I need gone. Get off of me. Go, Peter. They won't follow us up here. Ah, you miserable thing. Let the rats keep us company. Okay, I can use that flash if I need to. I can use that flash if I have to. I might use the flash. 12 sounds right. I think there are... Again, I took a look at the skeleton of the walkthrough. I'm not reading the whole... I don't have it right now in front of me, of course. You've been more than helpful. I haven't needed it, but... Let's mix this and this. Equip. Mix with that. Okay, it's already fully loaded. Alright, so we're going to use this and try to get downstairs and around them. Don't need it. Use the flash... How do you use the flash pan? Okay, I can't use the flash pan. I don't understand this. Ignite the flash pan, you... Okay. Let's... I'm gonna die here. There's just no way. But here we go anyway. Yeah, I knew I was going to die there. I couldn't use the yeah, they are. He's mystically inclined. I may need to go ahead and do that. He's mystically inclined, but it takes a huge chunk of what I've noticed is it takes a huge chunk of the magic to use either to restore either the sanity or the health, and he loses sanity at a ridiculous rate. But then you'll see the Elgato no signal while it restarts the game because it restarts it in a weird way. I'll go ahead and equip him, but it takes so much for him to restore sanity, and it took so much for Paul to restore health. Just kills the magic that he has. But I mean, maybe he restores health even that much more efficiently. So luckily, we're not that far behind. It wasn't as if I had made grand progress at this point, so... We're just gonna run for it, get our guns. We know we have a little safe haven up there in that library, so... We're gonna... speed run this little part here. Okay. Yeah, that's true, and that's where we're given reprieve as well. We're allowed to go up there for a bit and not worry about everything. So we're gonna go ahead and take the gun. The gun's gonna trigger the cutscene. We're gonna leave. We're gonna grab the... And I'll save while I'm up there also, because that's a great place to save. We're gonna grab the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Get all of those memories. And we're just gonna jet past these guys, because we're gonna try to. Where the heck is the... Why can I... There we go. I don't know what they're doing to them, but whatever it is, the nurses are also after me as much as the doctors and the nurses are after me as much as the... Nope. The doctors and nurses are after me as much as the little spindly guys are, which it looks like they were trying to possess them, but they just look like they were also just ripping their head off. So... Hold on. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what happened. It takes 4 shots just to dispossess them. Good lord. Okay, so let's go ahead and, now that we're up here, let's go ahead and take the sword. Let's go ahead and take the ammo first, actually. I don't understand why he shot the thing instead of picking the gun. Okay. He shot the bullet after I had hit B to do the thing. Okay. There. That's fine. It's not that big of a deal. So now what we're going to do is we're going to... No, we're not. We're going to... we're going to quick spell. No. We're going to spell list. We're going to recover cast 5 Chaturga. Just to see what that looks like. Okay, so it doesn't actually take that much. I didn't need that though, did I? It does take quite a bit, actually. Okay, so we're going to assign this to this. We're going to do the same, this to this. And then we're going to let this drain like half the bar. That's not as bad as I thought. It's not exactly what I would call an equal exchange, but it's alright. Okay, so that's not too bad. Alright, so then we do this. We'll go here. Nope. We will mix that with this. See, he dumps the whole cylinder there, so I was worried I was going to lose a bullet. Maybe he kept his thumb on that one round. Alright, good. Now, we're going to load saves. Save here, here, yes. There we go, look at that. Okay, so now... let's switch to the sword for now. And run down here. If I have them kind of bottlenecked, okay, I don't, but that's okay because they will, if I can get out of the way. Go, 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 go. If I can do this, I can restore the sanity that way. I'm definitely finding much more utility in the melee. Yeah, so they have... I was playing a game, I can't remember what it was. Not too terribly long ago, but I was playing a game where it played real... Oh, it was Mafia, is what it was. Mafia, the definitive edition. I say not too long, it was a little while. But if you play on... I was playing it through on a hardest difficulty. If you play it through on the hardest difficulty, when you empty your clip, if you have 2 shots left in that clip, and you empty that clip, those 2 bullets go with the clip like they do in real life. And so I was having to conserve my ammunition. Not that that was something I wouldn't have done already, but I was having to conserve my ammunition well because... if I dump that cylinder, for example, if I had a revolver on Mafia and I dumped that cylinder, live rounds included. So I had to be careful about that. I think that's, by the way, a really fun game. If you haven't gotten to play it, really, really fun. A guard lies dead at the foot of the steps, viciously assassinated by the creatures now infesting the cathedral. He went quickly and without much of a struggle. Well, yeah, they did just kind of pop up, so I get you. Okay, my sanity is not great, but my health is fine, and my magic is good, so, alright. Will we have the Paul Luther level of... wait a minute. A rifle lies on the altar, probably discarded by a fleeing guard. Yeah, let's take that. We don't have any ammunition for it. How many? 10 shots in that thing? That's not right. Well, yeah, 10-shot box is about right for that, actually. Okay, and then here we have a note. A piece of very old paper sits on the pipe organ, callously misplaced and forgotten. Let's hope it's music. Yep. Oh, but it's torn, so we have to remember what it was. I don't think I do, but we'll see. The shelling has knocked out the cathedral's generator. The organ cannot be used without a supply of power. It can probably be... Okay, really? How did the organ become... how did the organ become electrically powered? Why did we put electricity in the organ? Now I want to play Guacamelee. This is my problem. Guacamelee is a fun game. One of the cathedral guards lies dead at his post. His death is sudden and violent. His broken limbs twisted at odd angles, with a trickle of blood issuing from his mouth and ears. They tried to possess him. That's what happened. Okay. What the heck? Is that just a sanity effect, or what the heck? I don't understand the... This is a floating rat. Hi, buddy. We'll name him, after Charlottesville, we'll name him Templeton. Okay, we found 303 rifle ammunition, so that'll give us additional to that 10-shot box. Yeah, Guacamelee is a really fun game. If you'd rather play Guacamelee than Soten, then I'd say play Guacamelee instead. Replace Soten with Guacamelee. Because it's the same style of game. It's a different game, but it's a similar style. Do we not get any more depth than that? No? Okay. Sanity's still not bad enough that it should warrant recovery. I mean, it's not doing well. I don't think that floating rat's a sanity effect. I think it's a glitch. The floating rats. Okay. The workings of the pipe organ have remained mostly the same since installation. Originally, the bellows were driven manually. Now they are steam-powered, and the organ controlled electrically. This might be one of the oldest restored pipe organs in the world. Okay, well, you should have done it electrically. Some more 303 ammunition. That's nice. I hope the 303 does well. There's some more. It seems like a sanity effect. There's no way I'm picking up that much ammo, right? Oh, I have no, not really. It's only 15, so okay. Yeah, I have the Steelbook edition of Guacamelee, and I really like that game. It's very fun. A buddy of mine actually gifted that to me. Not Guacamelee, but the Steelbook. So, this is really dark. Old, rusty, but faithful for many years, a coal-burning boiler provides heat and steam to the cathedral complex. There's currently no pressure being diverted to the generator. Should he turn the wheel? Yeah, let's turn the wheel. Divert some of that to the generator. And get the heck out of here. The door is unlocked but won't open. It's as if there's a large object on the other side blocking its movement. So, could be one of the beasts. We still have spells to learn, but it doesn't... Trappers. Where did trappers come from? There's more ammo. There's something else I thought I saw over here. Yep. Perched on a wall beside the generator is an open-faced fuse box. A fuse appears to be missing, but there's no sign of where it could be. Okay. So, we know that's how we're going to restore the electricity. We've not yet found the fuse. We do know that there are trappers about. The generator is working, but doesn't appear to be providing power to all of the circuits in the cathedral. Perhaps a fuse is blown? There is a lever to switch the generator on and off should he pull the lever. We'll pull it. I don't think it's going to do anything. The sound of metal grating against metal, is combined with the hiss of steam, but there doesn't appear to be any output of power. Is the circuit broken? Yeah, there's a fuse missing. I figured that was the case, but we'll find the fuse and we'll come back down here. Okay, so we have trappers about. With the light of your magic going on, it looked like floating rats are actually silk-wrapped spider food. I think it's just a natural glitch on the thing. Well, son of a gun, he felt me moving against him, of course, but he killed himself to do this, so. Getting sent to the trapper dimension isn't much more than a mild inconvenience, I don't think. Give me purple. There we are. It doesn't seem to be much more than a mild inconvenience. It is an inconvenience, but again, a mild one. You lose a little bit of sanity, and you have to move to this... You have to move to one of the circles to go back. And I'm probably about to go back to the Trapper Dimension in a second anyway, but there are more than one. Okay, so this is the cask room that we remember from Paul. Casks are full of maturing wine in the cellar. The wine line in the cellar amidst the wraiths of the cold air. When the war is over, if it ever is, the wine will be of a good vintage. Very nice. But I'm not knocking on them, so... If I remember correctly, this was the one. Unless the camera angle's different, but it was either this one or this one that Paul revealed to be a door. And there were trappers down here at that time too. Alright, what's this body got here on it? Okay. Soldier's body lies on the floor. Far from the front line, this poor man met his end. His fate is far removed from his brothers in arms, a victim of the cathedral rather than by bullet or bayonet. There's no such thing as a good way to die. Well, that's not true. Quit. There are certainly better ways to die than there are. Than some. Some ways are better than others. Okay, if I sneak, can I kill the trapper by sword, or will it just send me back off to the trapper? There are 3 of these blasted things. I could shoot them, but I want the ammo. Okay. I thought I should... Okay, well... I remember how to fix the broken fuse to be... Okay, well, I hope... I trust you. Purple. Okay, we're gonna skip right over you, guy. We're going right back over here. Lose a little bit of sanity, a little bit of magic. I'm gonna try and find... There's... Okay, and then he blew his shot, so we're good. Alright, cool. I was just outside. I mean, I was barely outside of range, so that probably should have gotten me, but oh well. Okay. And so this is the bellows again. Okay. So we need to find the pipe organ. I'm gonna bet that the fuse is in the tabernacle. That's my bet right now. But... Oh, no, it can't be in the tabernacle because the organ opens the tabernacle. So, never mind. So whatever's in the tabernacle is of, I guess, more importance because I can't open the tabernacle without the organ. This used to be a door. I don't have 7-pronged spells yet, so I can't do anything about that. That was a weird, like, snare there. Okay, so I guess the next thing I probably should try and do is clear this room. How much health do I have? Let's go ahead and do a full restore. I'm also tired, so it'll give me time to catch my breath. I'll give that it is a fuse and not labeled as a fuse. I haven't picked anything up that... Okay, I haven't picked anything up yet that I think could be mistook for it. I mean, hypothetically, they could complete the circuit without the fuse. Fuse is just going to give you you know, you could hypothetically complete the fuse with a paperclip. It's just not good. You shouldn't do that. Get off! Get off! I don't care about that. I just didn't want him on me. I'm going to hit you with this sword a bunch. I don't like these guys. I don't think anybody does, but I really don't like them. Okay, I'm going to finish this one. He's going to jump back on me. I'm going to wiggle this around a lot, and then I'm going to come back over. I'm going to run at him. I'm going to try to hit his head. Okay, I am noticing that that is a... Okay, now I can vertically slash, which is nice. I'm going to notice that that is a persistent issue with this, is having corridors that are too narrow for sword attacks, which shouldn't be the case as prevalent as having a sword is in this game. It shouldn't be the case. That is a criticism I'll levy. That's the right train of thought. Okay, all right. Because the idea of a fuse... Well, the only reason I was thinking is the idea of a fuse is completing a circuit with a resistor, basically. Something that's going to help make it so that you don't get too much flowing into the circuit and overcharge it. But you don't necessarily need to complete an old-fashioned circuit. It's not like they were... Okay, well that worked. Okay, come on. Okay, come on, come on, come on. That's the only reason I was thinking that, by the way. I'm glad I was at least on the right train of thought. Okay. Boxes of medical supplies awaiting use in treatment, covered with the bloody fingerprints. It's hard to tell whether they actually are actually used to save lives or just to relieve the suffering. Oh yeah, I suppose. Let's go ahead and finish him and get some of that sanity back. That well-lost sanity. Let's chop his arm off and render him as... It's really hard to target. I'm not even kidding. I think it's my... There's some ammunition. I think it's my fault. I don't necessarily know if that's the... I don't necessarily know if that one's the game's fault, but I can say that at least in the... Trying to swing the tight quarters, it's... Okay, to do an overhead swing. I was trying to do that, but sometimes it doesn't want to change to the head. It just stays on the torso. So maybe I'm just doing something wrong. Maybe it is me. This room has been converted into a rudimentary morgue. Bloodstained sheets cover the unfortunate souls who have passed beyond. Okay. I can say already, though, I do like this world a lot better than the Paul Luther one. And honestly, I didn't mind the last one. That wasn't too bad. But I like this world a little bit better. Okay. It's a torch on a rudimentary sconce. Let's take that. Okay. So this is going to become... So I'm going to guess that this is now... I'm assuming that I don't have an automatic flash pan. I'm assuming that this is how I have to ignite the flash. Used to, you would have a little... Even back in the late 1800s, you'd have a little button-operated one, and it would actually cause a reaction where you'd spark up in the flash powder, and the flash powder would catch. But I'm going to make the guess now that I have a torch that this guy's manually having to ignite his flash powder. I'm going to bet that's what's going on. And that's probably why I could not use the flash pan, as he probably had an... Which is weird, because like I said, we're getting closer to the 1920s, and flash pans were used in the late 1800s. Automatic, even were. I never really used it. Yeah, I tried to do that when the very first one where I ended up dying. I tried to do that, and it just didn't. It wouldn't do it. It just didn't. I loaded a flash pan with the powder. It said it was fully loaded, and then I kept hitting A, and it did nothing. You used to have. They had a little button on them, but but I'm guessing he has to manually ignite his with the torch. I'm gonna come back down here with the torch just so I can see. You might be right. That might not be a glitch. It may be spider food. Okay, now we have some stuff we can look at. Oh, some journals. Like the Marie Celeste, the desk hasn't been touched in some time, as though its user suddenly turned away and never returned. A half-written letter bespeaks silent, unfinished activity. Can we read it? Can we read what has been finished? What has been finished? I suppose not. So this is a broom pantry, basically. This is a cupboard. A large one, but a cupboard nonetheless. Very impromptu, too. Very impromptu. Maybe you have to lock target. Maybe so. Maybe that's my problem. Okay, so see this... so that's not a rat. That's not a rat up there. So that's not a glitch. I mistook that. Okay. Now we can see far better. Look at this. A desk kept meticulously clean. Peter is surprised that it's not more chaotic for a frontline hospital. After all, isn't this where the death certificates are written? Very poorly, I'm going to assume, if they have not already. So I couldn't see that very well before, but it doesn't let me do anything with it now. Okay. So I'm not finding much else, despite the torch. Although I am able to see a lot better, I am finding some else. I'm not finding much else. A lot of ammo, and I'm assuming that rifle is going to come in handy at some point. But so far, the swords of the melee weapons have been my preference, because you don't run out of ammunition on them, and you can kind of target a little bit better. I'm just trying to see if either or any of these lead to that secret door that we know about as Paul. And the reason that is because he has the Tome of Eternal Darkness. He would know that one of these is hollow, because he's gotten all of the memories of Paul again. Right? But maybe not. Maybe that's not how this works. Okay, so we have... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Nintendo owned this IP, right? Yeah, I believe so. So this was originally developed by Silicon Knights. Silicon Knights disbanded in like 2008 or 9, I think, shortly after the game Too Human came out. Too Human, by the way, is an interesting game. It's kind of cool, kind of gimmicky. But I think they retained the rights. Silicon Knights went under, and I think Nintendo retained the rights to this. A sequel could very easily be made, and I actually would be in favor of one being made. Okay, so I'm curious, if I wanted to use something to complete a circuit, it would need to be a conductor. Hypothetically speaking, I could use, let's see if it'll let me, I could use a bullet. Will it allow me to do that is the question. It wouldn't allow me to, I mean, the flash pan's too big. I could complete the circuit with a bullet that's adequately lined. Well, no, I shouldn't do that, though, because it is still loaded with a combustible. So once the circuit completed, it could supercharge the gunpowder. Gunpowder wouldn't likely explode based on that, because it's made explode on an impact, but hypothetically. Okay, so that's the blocked door. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. We've got that. I'm not seeing anything here that it's allowing me to take, so we didn't overlook anything there thus far. those casks aren't as huge as when Paul Luther was there. That's true. I just didn't. I figured that there would still be room for him to crawl through one, but they may all have been excavated, and then they may have decided to go ahead and break over. So that's a good point. Let me know if you feel stuck. Well, now that I have the torch, I feel like I've got a couple of other places I can check. So let me wander around for just a second before eliciting your help. I feel like I'm accidentally taking too much advantage of your time because you're a huge help, and I've not. I would not, like I said, I would not have made as much progress as I've made thus far. I wouldn't have figured the Alex part out right away. I would have had to look that up for sure. So I really appreciate you for tolerating me. Okay. We already ran back there. We've already come out of there, so we're going to go up here now, I guess. Which I feel like we've thoroughly explored, excuse me. And then if not, I'm going to go back to that room with the other corpses in it and take a look at that. The ones where we first got it. This room has fallen into disuse. The shelves, once full of books and scrolls, are now rife with dust, bearing nothing but trash and debris. We still have some books on them, though. Are there... Okay, nothing... Okay. Nothing really of use there. The bookshelves there were taken. I mean, we are right in the war zone. I have no idea why we would have set the cathedral up as a hospital here when the bombs are that close, because if I were the enemy, I would just immediately bomb this place. I'd bomb this hospital. Okay. Understanding that there are different, like, you don't usually, I mean, you're not usually going to have a hospital that close to the front lines. You're gonna try and drag that out a little farther back. You're gonna try and retreat that a little farther back. Man, I didn't even get to thank you for all my help out the game. Oh, okay. All right. Let's go. Let's go, nurse. Come on, show your true colors. Show me the reds of your eyes. See, it's really hard to target. Like, because it just doesn't lock sometimes for some reason, but it's not impossible. I've been able to do it sometimes. I'm not that versed in World War I war ethics. Well, I mean, it wasn't just necessarily World War I rule of war. You would have encampments that were generally going to keep your. You would have encampments that you would. I'm just avoiding backseat. Oh, no worries at all. I appreciate it. You would have encampments that would you would attempt to try and see the. How am I trying to say this? You would have encampments where you would try to pull your injured off of the front lines of war, and you would bring them back a little bit farther. But you're not going to have those areas that you're retreating to. They're not going to be super close to the front lines. You would have a person carted. You would have them carted off on a stretcher, effectively, and that should be decently outside of frontline range where bombs could be dropped. Because the thing about it is, if you've got an entire nurse and doctor squad that are on the front lines, effectively, not just your field medics, right, but you have all of your nurses, which are effectively civilian at this point. Your nurses are all there. You have civilian doctors, not just field medics, but civilian doctors there, right? Then what you've got is a great opportunity for the enemy to blow up your encampment, effectively. I'm referring specifically on religious buildings that have been off limits. No. Religious buildings generally were. I mean, chapels, churches, and such were generally. You definitely had people that would use those. Usually, it was at the. Usually, it was at the behest of the. Depending on the territory, it was at the behest of the church's discretion, of course. Like there's. You couldn't necessarily compel. As far as I'm aware, you couldn't necessarily compel them to afford you the space. But generally, churches were fairly merciful when it came to wartime. And to taking Allied forces or whatever. Alright, fine. There we are. The other question would also be where you are with, so I don't think you can see anything up there. If I pause this real quick, just want to take a look real quick at the map. So I've seen all that. I don't have a 7-point thing to get rid of that yet. I don't know. I have to, so I need to find the 7-point. I can't do a 7-point yet because I haven't found the ability to do the 7-point. I don't know. Okay. I don't. What I can tell you in terms of ethics, especially when we started entering the First World War and such, is that general rules of war had already fairly disintegrated by that point. I can't speak to every individual because in this particular, the nationalities that are fighting, we're talking about, we're in France, or we're at least somewhere predominantly French-speaking. I'm going to assume France, right? It's World War I, so obviously we're talking about being, if we're in France, we're talking about being against Germany. We're talking about being against Germany anyway, but we're talking about being right next door to Germany, so it makes a ton of sense that that's going to happen, right? I can tell you that by that point, a lot of times there was a lot of stuff that was supposedly codified that wasn't going to be followed anyway. Yeah. So we're talking about the German. We're not talking specifically about the Code of War or World War I ethics. We're talking specifically about German ethics. In that particular instance, we're talking about World War I German ethics, and in that particular instance, we know at least from the World War I, the way World War I was started, that the code of ethics that what they had codified as their code of ethics at that point in time was very different from what we might consider to be the correct ethic for wartime World War I wartime ethic. I mean, the wars wouldn't have started if that weren't the case in that particular instance. Okay, so that's just the corpses. We did take a look in this fairly completely. Yeah, I didn't see what I didn't pay enough attention to what specifically the city was. I knew we were in France because a couple of things. Obviously, the propaganda posters were in French, and of course now here we have the fleur de lis hanging on the banner, which was prominent. So I knew we were thereabouts. Oops. Quick and painful. Nice. I'm fairly well versed on general war ethics, but when it comes to specifically German war ethics on that's I think a beast all to itself, especially when it comes to World Wars I and II. Concerning that Germany was at that time the major insider of those particular world wars, and certainly not the burgeoning, but the major force behind them. I think only the Germans of that time would be able to tell you what the idea was at that time in terms of their own ethics codified. But that is a good question to pose, I think. That's a very good question to pose. The rules of war and engagement have changed drastically even since then, though, to be completely fair. A soldier's letter sits atop the crate of medical supplies. All right. Let's read the note. The soldier's orders. Hey, it's a second letter from Private Reginald Jackson to his love, Margaret. I've been here for over a week now, and there is no word of when I will be allowed to leave. Strange things have happened. At night, the sounds of the hospital change. Echoes of voices that don't belong to anyone haunt the walls and corridors. The restless ghosts, perhaps, or sounds of movement, or whispers. I've seen war firsthand, and the sounds at night in this hospital scare me more than I ever thought possible. What is going on here at night? Why do I feel so threatened? My fears are worsened by the talk of the other young soldiers. One said he had heard cries for help in the middle of the night, cries that were only answered by snarls of rage and not compassion. Another said that Lance Corporal Haskell had not been discharged, but had gone missing. I stare at his empty bed with a sense of unholy dread gnawing at my heart. I just don't know World War I as well, since World War II overshadows it so much in my education. Which is a shame. I don't know. I don't know how old you are, and I'm not necessarily here to speculate that, but I know that when I was in school, World War II was a big part of it, but we actually did cover a decent amount of... We're in the Belfry again, by the way. World War I was not necessarily... I wouldn't say World War I was remarkably overshadowed, to be fair. He loses sanity so rapidly. Good lord. World War II's prominence is a lot bigger because of the atrocities committed for what would... Okay. Here, we'll do this. There we are. World War II's prominence is certainly because there's no vibration in the controller, so I feel like that... And the Belfry is no longer a Belfry. There doesn't seem to be anything else here, at least. World War II... I think World War II... What is this? World War II's prominence is obviously because of the... it's a light. World War II's prominence is obviously overshadows for a lot of people because of, firstly, the very animated key characters that existed within that time frame, and then the remarkable amount of loss for what seems to be a completely arbitrary reason. In World War I, there is the potential of gain. There was a great amount of loss, but there was a potential of gain. It was a war kind of like any other war would be. The reasoning behind the war obviously being kind of following the precedent of wars we had seen prior. But World War II, the alibi was following precedent, but the result was following an unprecedented action. There was never something that had set that precedent prior, I think, is the best way to say it. So, World War II is incredibly important, but there are other things that we also should know about. Good examples of those, I think, other things to study that haven't necessarily directly impacted some of us, but I think are important to know about. The Armenian genocide would probably be one that I would say is worthwhile to know. No, not probably, certainly. Although scared enough to run, the journalist in Peter is determined to uncover the full story of the cathedral, no matter what it entails. To the bloody end, Peter decides to stay. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, sorry. I don't know video games for fun as well. Viddy's gaming videos overshadows YouTube too much. Hey, Viddy, how you doing? To apply it to entertainment too, I think World War II has just been used a lot more in games and in movies. I think it's because, again, I think it's the arbitrary nature of the loss in there, right? Because we talk about land being the predominant land and resource being reasons for war over the course of history, land and resource, and then for the majority of it, land and resource has been probably the number one or number two. No, I'd say land and resource is number one. Religion is probably number two. Reasons to fight, or reasons that people have fought. I'm not saying you should fight, you shouldn't. But World War I started on that kind of lands and resources, rightful ownership type of foot. World War II kind of started on that foot, but then ended on the foot of arbitrary genocide, right? And so that's the reason I think that because it was that kind of thing in recent history was unprecedented. There was not something in recent history to stack that kind of a loss up to. The last iteration of that, which was poorly recorded, would have been something it wouldn't have been a world war. It would have been a more local thing. It would have been something closer to like the Native American genocide, which, by the way, was a huge number also. Native American is an interesting term, but the people that lived in America before, the people that lived on this land, which was not called America, a lot of people get, I'm going to say this, a lot of people say Indian is an offensive term when it comes to talking about a quote-unquote Native American. I don't believe that the story that most people have told, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think a lot of people said it was because Columbus came, saw the people, thought they had come from India, which perhaps they did, whatever the case is, but they certainly, you don't just stay in a land that part, you immigrate. But anyway, the idea was that he called the people there una gente indios. Una gente indios are a people in God. Indios was turned into Indian, but indios was in God. And that was where the word Indian came from in that particular context. So una gente indios. Anyway, point being, that particular genocide was an atrocious genocide, but it was a genocide that was much more clustered and localized. And so I think that at that point, that was the biggest iteration of a precedented genocide. There's no such thing as a genocide, I think, that should exist, but that had created a precedent that should, not even a precedent, that had created an event that was unprecedented and has so far forward, at least in great recorded history, been unmatched. And that's why I think it becomes so prominent in most people's, especially recent. I think it's become a big deal. Very important. And it is important to learn about. I don't think it should be the only thing that people learn about these days. But anyway, maybe I'm silly. It's possible. World War I has probably more influential for Tolkien's writings because he fought in that. That's true. That's very true. Do you think we'll see a World War III in our lifetime? I hope not. In our lifetimes, probably, but I hope not. There are currently some wars going on right now. I've said my opinion and my piece on those wars. As far as I go, I live in America. America's not that old. America's not even 250 years old yet. We just turned 248, right? So we're a very young country. These battles that have been fought, Russian-Ukrainian conflict, some of these roots and reasons behind it date back to the 1400s. That's 600 years from now. That's over 300 years older than we are. If we talk about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, if we talk about the reason they're upset about it, they're talking about 60 years ago, but we're talking about land and Gaza division. That's over 2,000 years old. That's recorded. So that fight is literally over 1,700 years older than we are. I don't think as a country and as a people we're old enough to understand what getting involved in that fight truly means for us. So I don't know that we probably should try to involve ourselves too terribly deeply until we have a great understanding. And I don't think we have that. I'm not saying we don't want to help people. I'm just saying it's very difficult with those fights having been as old as they are and us being as young as we are. It's kind of the equivalent of your parents getting upset at each other and having a debate, and you as a child who doesn't understand the nature of the debate getting in the middle of it. You want them to care about you, but at the end of the day, that debate also could be a very important debate that needs to be had. And it's just you as a kid don't have the insight necessary to offer them anything of value in the context of that. So maybe I'm wrong. I hope we don't. I hope we really don't. There was a Doctor Who episode titled World War III. I think a lot of people theorize on it. Obviously, there's the Orwellian take on it from the 1984 kind of dystopia, which of course can always be moved forward in kind of a Nostradamus fashion. So I don't know, but it is possible. So I've seen it, not just seen it. That's an offensive term. Oh man, another. Yeah, I think people get offended by it, but I'm not saying that I am offended by it. I'm not offended by it. I just think that people misunderstand it. My understanding of it was that people think that it was an ill-monikered group of people saying, "Oh, they came from India," which pre-Pangea, I don't know how long Pangea's occurred or I'm not entirely sure how. 600 years ago, the land masses were not where they are now. That's the nature of these continental shifts, right? So 600 years ago, the world wasn't the same as it is now. It wasn't the same 1,000 years ago, etc. 600 years ago, about 600 years ago, is when that happened. But yeah, the original wording, I believe, was una gente en Dios, people in God, and then Indios became Indian. That's Retro's read a book that says 2 + 2 = 5. No, 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5. It equals 4 in most cases, almost all cases, but it does not equal... I will tell you, truthfully, in mathematics, 2 plus 2 does not always equal 4. Specifically, if we talk about ternary math, if you use ternary math, which is basically a language that allows us to... So if you're familiar with binary math, ternary math is a form of that with an additional factor for digit. Ternary is an understated underlying. 2 plus 2 in ternary math, if I'm not mistaken, is 11. So 2 plus 2 is almost always 4 arithmetically, but if we talk about it in terms of ternary math, it is 11. That's kids sort of like 1980. Yeah, that's true. 2 plus 2 being 5 is quite charming as well, gentlemen. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that's cool. I think I understand. How many fingers am I holding up, Banjo? Nice. Ash, 2 plus 2 is 4, guys. Come on now. Except for in ternary. Ternary, it's 11. That's true math. If it says 4, not 4, then 5, then how many? Yep. Ash, 6. Nice. I was quoting Notes from Underground by Dostoevsky. I am a... what is it? I haven't read that in a bit. I haven't read that in a little bit. Not so long ago that it was... that it's foreign from my memory, of course, but long enough ago. But I love... I've said it before. I love the fact that the entire purpose of that book is a man critically ill, not physically necessarily. I mean, he says he is obviously in the beginning of the book. It's I'm a sick and wretched thing. I think he says something to that effect at the very beginning. But it's the idea of a critic who is the idea of a hyper-specific critic who is afflicted by every hyper-specific issue that he criticizes overtly. That, to me, is the brilliant oversweep of Notes from Underground. I think that's an absolutely brilliant sweep. Wrong. You still think it's 4. Gosh, I'm just quoting that book verbatim. Yep. All right, you egghead. Spell dragon. What a wonder. What? Ash, I have to say, your comedic timing and that right there, that all of your interactions before, which have made me laugh, but all of your interactions prior, building up to that line right there. Well done. Well done. That is funny. Oh, man. I don't know how to spell dragon. In all honesty, I don't know. O'Brien, good Winston, you're improving. That's funny. Anyway. Yeah, the critique of Notes from Underground. The thing, and Notes from Underground is a very short read, right? I mean, it's a very short read. Okay, so that is a light. That is a light fixture. So I need to find. Okay, so now I've searched all of this. Now I am having a little bit of trouble. I'm going to go back through this one more time. Yeah. No, I think I'm getting to that point where I'm going to have to ask you for some help, Banjo. Oh, did I see some... Was that blood or were that bugs? Were those bugs? I don't have enough sanity missing that should have been a problem. A push pin wouldn't do the trick. Oh, okay, it's like a blood or something. Details. No. Do you think that we could be in a simulation? I don't think so. But the thing about it is that if we're talking about being in a simulation, then the simulation would still be reality because it would be the reality to which we have been subjected to. So our perception would be that it's still reality. Well, I would be okay if we were in a if I lived an entire human life to wake up and find out that I had lived. If I live an entire human life only to die, to be unplugged and wake up out of the simulation, to find out either that I A, had another life to live, or B, that the 80 years of life I lived in simulation were equivalent to 1 to 5 years of life out of the simulation, I would be happy with that because that gives me a longer time to learn and express and experience. It was in my inventory all along? Okay. The things that I was thinking it could be... I was thinking about the ammunition, but the ammunition would... Oh, it's the penny. Copper's a wonderful conductor. It's the penny. Nice. Just took me a second to do it. The minute I thought, the minute I remembered that I had the lucky penny and I saw the penny, I was like, "Oh yeah, it's the penny." I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I was yeah. I'm not angry at it. I'm angry. I'm disappointed that I didn't see that. I know copper's a great conductor, and I know that pennies are copper, and I didn't think to do that. I thought the bullet instead of the because the bullets are made of brass, which are much poorer. So, oh well. Thank you very much. That was very nice. If we're in the simulation, what's going on outside? Who am I? That's a good question. But the thing about it is that you are at least likely the you that you manifested within the simulation. It's possible that you're not, but it's also possible that you are the you that you manifested inside of this. It could also stand to reason that if you were a simulated being who was more... oh, this isn't the... Okay, I was making sure... No, this has the lever that I'm supposed to pull. I was like, I forgot to pull the lever. There we go. Okay. Now that we have that, we can go back out and mess with the little bellows. The other thing, though, is does that mean that does that potentially make for that the people that are more intelligent in this life have been out of the simulation once or twice and are living a their fifth or sixth or whatever iteration, and that's why they have the additional knowledge? It's a curious question. But no, I don't personally subscribe to simulation theory myself, just personally. Okay, that definitely would have cut me, but oh well. And I like that Banjo. No, he's been very great, very tactful about how he's spoken about this. I very much appreciate I also appreciate the fact that he's speaking things like Dostoevsky, and he's speaking things like, I really appreciate that too. That's really nice. It's really fun to get to talk about those. Like Ash, you and I get to talk about certain things, but we don't usually talk about books, and it's really nice to hear a little bit of the Dostoevsky citation, we talked about Orwellian citation. Of course, Viddy's made some mention, so very nice. He's the wizard. If you him and he's him and but you're not him and he's not him, then who am I? Who's eating this chicken? Why does it taste like failure? I don't like the theory that aliens are us from the future. I would be disappointed. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, aliens can't be us from the future necessarily, because anything that isn't in the... Well, I guess it could be. That'd be weird. I hope aliens are the stereotype. The gray ones, that'd be cool. Smarter people just have better stat distribution. Yeah, I mean, it could be. If it were that tightly controlled a simulation, sure. Okay, so now I know I need to play the organ, and I have to remember... I remember that it is... I think it was that. See, I love this organ version right here. Very similar to the chromatesque fantasy arpeggios played by Bach, specifically in D minor. All right, come on. I played the organ, and now you want to have a piece of this. Come near the tabernacle, you fear the Lord. You fear the Lord at your peril. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant you fear the sword at your peril. Actually, your fear of the sword would have probably saved your life. I'm going to use it to hack you into pieces. Okay, what have we here? The tabernacle is almost empty of all the things that should be here, such as holy water or other ritualistic items. There is only a door handle lying on the lower shelf. Should Peter pick up the door handle? Sure. I don't know where the door handle goes. I don't remember a door missing a handle. But we will see. Quit it. Quit it. You're being silly. Let's see. The ending was struck at the shattering of the church windows is happening. Oh, yeah. I'm talking. I can refer. I'm a donkey. I can refer to the quotes too. I don't think that's what Churchill said. He might have. I don't think he said it that way. If he did, we're in a Soulsborne simulation where players spend XP on our smartness. It could be. I know that music is that organ music right there. It has played now twice, I believe, in this. And when we played the organ as Paul Luther and when we played here, it's technically played thrice because of Alex's piano rendition, but the organ rendition's played twice. It is my favorite small excerpt of music from this game. It's so good. A Dance of the Dead is about to come on. Nice. Insert organ solo from Red Right Hand. Yeah. The Darkness do not appreciate good music. Tabernacle sounds like... It does, a little bit. Yeah, I can see that. Be careful around my tabernacle. I can see that. I can see that being the... I don't think that's what I would think it to be, but sure. Okay, so there was only one... Okay, so let me just really quickly... Let me get my bearings once more with feeling. There we are. There was only one room that I can remember that there was an issue opening the door, but the issue wasn't the handle. The issue was that there was something on the opposite side of the door, very likely barricading the door. Right? So, if I figure out... Let's see. Oh, Rats. Good ghost song. Yeah? Yeah, that little piece of music, though, is easily so far the best piece. I mean, the music in this game is not bad, but the music in this game is more meant to incite ambiance, I think. And I think that is perfectly out of place. It's remarkably Castlevania-esque, or even perhaps to an extent Mad Monster Mansion Banjo-Kazooie-esque when you open the church doors of Mad Monster Mansion. Very, very good music. Viddy, do you like ghosts? What an interesting question. It depends on how, I guess, you would believe. If you believe in ghosts, it would depend, I think, on what you believe them to be. Do you believe them to be the extra-dimensional beings that we ascend to? What do you believe them to be? Do you believe them to be the dearly departed in ethereal form? Because if they're the dearly departed in ethereal form, then that would be such a shame to not like them, because when they were alive, they would have likely deserved to be liked. So these guys, it seems like it's starting to latch onto the head more, or at least more easily. So maybe I was doing something wrong. Again, I'm always willing to accept that it might have been my fault the whole time, but it doesn't do that for all of them. I do know I've had trouble where I'm doing the same thing I'm doing with these guys, and I've had trouble. But these guys are fairly easy to kill, so... No, this is still nothing to be found here. That's the belfry. So I guess I have to go back down to where that door that was, I guess I have to go back down to where that door that was, I was having issues where it was unlocked. I guess I have to, it doesn't say the handle was missing, it just said it was difficult to open, but I guess I need to check and see if that was indeed the problem, is that it was just missing the handle and I couldn't get leverage on it, which it doesn't make sense either, because if the handle was missing, well, I guess that could make sense. I guess it could make sense. Not likely, but it could. Could happen. Okay, back this way then. There's another thing in the basement area that you... there's another thing you can get in the basement area? Okay. I'll take a look. I'll go back down there then. Let's see. Let's see. You sound like the way you said ambiance. I almost unsubscribed. That's how I say ambiance. That's the word. I mean, I believe the word does come from... Could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain the word does come from France. English is an interesting amalgam of languages, Germanic and Latin both, and France is a huge influence in... French is a huge... Well, France, I guess, by extension, is a huge influence on the English language. Hold on. I missed something, I think. No, I didn't. So. Okay. There's something else I can get in the basement area. So I'm in the basement area. Let's see what I can find. That door was difficult to open. It requires some out-of-the-box thinking. Okay. Oh, I thought I liked Ghosts and Goosebumps, the ghost next door. Oh, nice. I meant the band is cool. Yeah, I know the band. Also, did the simulation decide to have the film voice actor of Sonic and Tails' birthday on the same day? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know that. That's cool. Huh. Hey, now, nothing actually comes from France except for smell and surrender. They are notorious for surrender. They are notorious for that. But I suppose it makes sense. If you don't feel like that you're on the winning end of a battle, I suppose that surrender could be the most tenable option, yes? Ah. We do have a spell for this. Spell list, we need to summon a trapper. I don't imagine that the color of the trapper matters, so I'll throw a blue one out. I've been to Paris twice. Very nice. Only been to France once. It was all right. Yeah, there's a great amount of culture that comes from France. Obviously. There we are. Now, how the heck do I reach this? Oh! The body of a soldier, a patient from the hospital, lies slumped against the door. Trying to hide from the horror, he had barricaded himself inside the room before succumbing to his wounds. So I need to send him to the trapper dimension, but really quickly I'm going to scout. Okay. And that's the 7-pronged, so I need to... There we are. That'll kill my trapper. Now I can use the door handle. I can't use the door handle? Okay, I'll just open the door like a normal man then. Take the 7-pronged spell, the Circle of Power. And now I can cast 7. So does that mean I need to cast 3? Does that mean I fill every iteration with additional, like, is that additional Pargon? Okay, let's go ahead and save the game. We've not saved in a minute. Yeah, I'll never be able to. Is the massive spider stereotype true for Australia? I think that there are a lot of. Hold on, let me go back really quickly. The first one you would have known was the Gaming Memories video. Hope it was a broken sword. I was only 9. Wait. The first one you would have known from my Gaming Memories video, where I was hoping to see a clown from the game's Broken Sword, from the game Broken Sword 1. I was only 9 at the time. Wow, that is cool. Mostly, yes, I swear people from who have come overseas. I like spiders. I don't care about them. If it's a big spider, then it's just more to pet, more to love. So, we have a big spider as a pet here. He's not as big as some Australian spiders are, but I see it as a big 8-legged dog. Or a small 8-legged dog. Yeah, I'll never be able to go there. Yeah, all park. In my experience, you don't really see these spiders that much, so you're all welcome to come visit. You'll be fine. Yeah, spiders don't bother me. I would happily go visit you in Australia. I have no problem with that. If you throw a massive spider at me, I'll never speak to you again. Yeah, I'm not arachnophobic. I'm arachnophilic, I guess. I really like spiders. I think spiders are kind of adorable. I've always seen them that way. My wife is, she didn't like them at very first, and even she's kind of come around to be, oh yeah, they're kind of cute. And especially jumping spiders, and I don't think she would, and I wouldn't encourage her to if it were out of her comfort zone. I don't think she would like humongous ones. We have a tarantula, and she's really cute. She's a pink-toed tarantula. Her name's Rosie. She's a real sweetheart. She wouldn't hurt nobody. Now, tarantulas don't have brains, so they are just nervous systems. I've said this before. So, as a result of that, it's not exactly like that you would expect. Like they're not happy. They just exist. But some spiders have really, like, jumping spiders are pretty intelligent. So, and I wonder if bigger spiders actually are as well. I travel back in time to put you in the big spider boss, and ooh. I'll back you guys with up on anything on Earth. Bear attack, I'll help you. Spider, bye guys, good luck. Yeah, don't worry about that. Still, like, yeah, I don't mind those. I don't mind those at all. I've also potentially thrown a massive spider as Spider Viddy does whatever Spider Viddy does. Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. Tarantulas are big, hairy, and lack brains. Man, yeah, they don't have brains. They're mostly just nervous systems. That's really what they are. Because let's do a new spell here. Now we have a 7-tiered spell. We have 2 other flags up there which tell us that we might be able to cast more, but I don't think that's the case. We're going to do blue. Wait, hold on. I need to figure out what the spell list is. So it's going to be Reveal Invisible is what I need. And that has what elements within it? Narokath and Redgormer. So let's do new spell. Let's do Ulioth, and then Narokath and Redgormer. And then Pargon. Pargon, and then I think I'd probably do it again. I'd do Redgormer. And then I would do Narrowcath, right? That's how I would do it. Maybe it's just Pargon 4 times. Is it really just Pargon 4 times? Ulioth, Narrowcath, Red Gormer, Pargon, 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 Pargon. It really is. It's just Pargon a bunch. Okay. So, alright, that's what we're going to cast. Well, if I had a... Okay. New spell. No. Spell list. Now I have it. Reveal invisible. Cast this as blue. Okay. Yeah, there are 4 spells I haven't figured out yet, so... But I now have the most powerful reveal. After magic has taken hold, a heavy oak door is revealed. Scratches and dents infest the wood, telling a long, dark story. It is missing its handle. There seems to be no way to open it, unless I had a bleeding handle. Which I have. Now all the Pargon, yep. Okay. That's, I mean, it does mean power, but that I would probably, okay. I'm just like, Paragon, 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 Paragon. All I end up doing is getting a massive headache. Yeah, pretty much. It's a bit tiresome to create the 7 circle spells now that the Paragons have to, yeah. So that's, yeah. I remember discovering tarantulas through the edutainment title, Microsoft's Dangerous Creatures. Oh, real. Really not. It's a, yeah, I mean, tarantulas, yeah, they don't have a brain. They're just nervous systems, basically. Kind of like jellyfish, but of land. Hold on. Let's see if we can get away. Here, let's go back. Let's go ahead and we'll do our heal up. Vidi hash banjo Paragon 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 Parg. Congratulations, you unlocked level 6. If you say Paragon 4 times, Paragon will show up in your room. That's what it is. It's just like a Bloody Mary superstition. Paragon's just a polite British gentleman with a like a Poirot-esque mustache and a monocle. Okay, let's let them wander around aimlessly then for a second. That worked out well. And now we descend, as we had been before, as Paul Luther. This thing again, really? He doesn't have anything I need though, so I'm not gonna fight him. There's a trapper, there's a couple of trappers. Let's, now I have a pretty decent amount of ammunition. Let's equip the gun. Go ahead and take them out. I wish there were a better way to do that, but it occupies the spell slots. I can't like quick assign these, so it's just kind of what you have to do. Not too bad. It's not too clunky. Okay, give me back sanity. He loses his sanity so quickly. My goodness. Tattered letter lies forgotten on the chair. Let's pick that up. It's another soldier's letter, probably number 3. Yep. Third letter from Private Reginald Jackson to his love Margaret. It's been 2 weeks since Haskell went missing, and I'm afraid to go to sleep. More than once I saw shadows of people moving past my bed, peeking through the blinds to see a wounded soldier being taken from his bed, drugged and delirious in the dead of the night, never to be seen again, as Haskell was, perhaps as I will be. What happened to them? I don't know. I am afraid to ask what happened, for I know that I would surely be the next one taken into the darkness. I had to stop for a second because it didn't scroll. Okay, so we have a little library. This is the occultist's library from last time. Luther wouldn't touch the books. But, yeah. Row upon row of books dedicated to occult lore and arcane science, from the ludicrous to most hideously unholy. So, Luther wouldn't touch the books because he was a holy man and recognized the arcane. But I guess that Peter is keen enough to know not to mess with them either. The table is stacked full of occult items, far beyond anything Peter had expected. He uncovers bizarre drawings of unnatural creatures, animated corpses, and other ethereal nightmares. So we know that Paul was crushed by one of the gods. Yes. We know that he was crushed by one of the guardians of the gods, I guess. We know that this is the direction we would be heading also, if we did this, relatively speaking. Okay. We have an unusual purple candle. Torch is ideal, I suppose. Oh, sword's good. Okay, well, it was I mean, there was no way I wasn't going to the Trapper Dimension after all that noise. Purple, please. No, purple. 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 Thank you. Peter might have the smallest sanity. Yeah, his sanity is poor. And I suppose I understand it. I mean, he's basically a journalist in war, so he's not mentally conditioned to handle or cope with it, and yet he sees a ton of it. So I can understand that, but at the same time, he loses. It's not just how little he has, but how quickly he loses it. And the problem with your sanity is if you lose... I mean, you know this, Banjo. You know this better than I do. But if... there's a key. A key lies upon the accursed shrine glinting in the soft candlelight. Let's take the key. The Binding Hall key. That sounds promising. That was the evil shrine, which also Paul couldn't stand to be near for a long period of time. By the way, I think I'm going to go back to Alex's after this, and then I think that's what I'll call it a stream, because here it is almost... it is actually after 6 p.m., so I want to make sure that I have time to do some other things. So we picked up the Binding Hall key. I don't remember encountering a door that was locked, but perhaps I did, and I just don't remember. Okay, we're going to go this way. And this way. I'm remembering the layout from Paul, so I'm not actually myself doing that great of it. Okay, there we go. Pull the torch back out. Whoa! Where's the other trapper? I need him to follow me over here so I can see them. There's blood dripping from the ceiling, which means I need to... Yep. I think the trapper noise is somewhat similar to the wasp sound in Metro. Yeah, kind of. It is. That is kind of similar. Make sure to save because the ending of this chapter is interesting. Okay. Okay. I will... I'll save here in just a second once I've killed the trappers. Okay. Whoops. Okay, I'm glad that trapper doesn't seem to have seen me. Okay, I need to reload. Oh, I can reload from this now. Okay. This is where Paul's major cutscene was, so I'm going to go ahead and save here. One of the major cutscenes, not the major cutscene per se, but we'll do that. 1041, 1041, 1141. 1045, 1141. I'll save in the middle. 1154. Okay. Okay, seems to be making sense again. The timestamps didn't really make very much sense to me before, so... I'd like to have the torch again, please. And then we'll look here and go... Oh, there's a bottle. A milky blue bottle stands on the altar. A milky fluid. That's going to be a theme in I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. A magical elixir. Okay. Check. A small milky blue bottle stoppered with a chipped cork. The magic... Oh, okay. All right. That's an interesting time to give me this, though. I don't like it. I don't like that you gave me that this far into the... Okay. Milky fluid, though. The milky fluid, that is going to come in handy, or that's going to be a theme in I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. So, similar effect, too. Not the same effect, but similar effect. And I will tell you right now, I'm not going to use it. But I will pick it up, because I need to. I won't use it on myself. Let me be even clearer. I will use it, I won't use it on myself. Okay, so this should be the key. This is the key room. Use. There we are. That's the binding room. Okay. So the first thing I think... Okay. Two-edged sword will do that. Nope, he broke the spell. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's finish these to get sanity back. They didn't even steal enough sanity for me to take back. I'm literally just taking this because of... Oh, he just... That was his weak spot. He was just like, my left arm! No! I can't believe it. I don't know why he sounds like Ray Romano, but he does. My left arm, that's my favorite one. Kermit the Frog, I guess? No! Ray Romano more than Kermit the Frog, but either way, similar. Similar either way. I need to be listening for trapper noises, I feel. Oh, we have a body down here. A soldier's cold and stiff body lies sprawled... How did the soldier get here, really quickly, without the key that I picked up in a completely different room? A soldier's cold and stiff body lies sprawled on the steps. Peter attempts to flip the corpse over to discover the identity, but all that's left of the man's face is a ruined mass of eaten flesh. He would have probably been carrying a card, though. A military-issued piece of paper. Same thing here? Yep. Okay. A scroll sits on a small shelf mounted upon the wall. Let's take that scroll. So I have the magical attack spell scroll. Why would it be in here of all places? Here in this corridor. So I'm assuming that's spell number 9, the proper name for it. It is indeed. There are 3 more spells, it says, though. To be occupied, rather. So I assume to figure those out, I would have to play around with the spells a little bit. Kermit Romano, that's what it is. You understand? You're the only person that ever got me. Okay, expand. The corridor is ended by an elaborate door, decorated in a manner much different than the others within the cathedral. Peter senses an unbearable evil beyond the door. When he reaches it to open, fear creeps into his gut and begins to eat at his soul. No, we're not going to open the door just yet. We're going to save right bleeding here. Save. 1050. Yeah, 1045. This is where Peter met his end. It's on the other side of the cathedral door at the behest of the centurion who attempted to manage the Guardian, but the Guardian said, absolutely not. The Guardian said, I will do things in the way I see fit, which I respect because he is a Guardian. Pius once said, stop it, don't open that door. He might have. Maybe they got in here and Pius was like, well, maybe I should lock it. That's probably, you know what, that's probably the most reasonable way to come across it. We start thinking about it's Einstellung, right? I start thinking about all of these ridiculous, and that's literally the easiest and most probable answer. So am I going to get smashed in the way that Luther did? Great. The dark forces were beaten by a Jill sandwich. The Guardian is... Okay, so that's... The Guardian doesn't seem to be here, though, anymore. Oh, there he is. So that behind him looks to be the essence of Ulioth. No. Yeah. That looks to be the essence of Ulioth. Okay, I have a gun. That's a better defense. Uh-oh. This guy is the guy that has a chance? Are you kidding me? Okay, we're gonna equip this bad boy, I suppose.
You bore me flesh and bone.
Okay. Oh, wait. There's a smaller option. Well, that's not going to do me much good. Much well. Good lord. Okay, so what this is telling me... That's not seeming to do much. Let's try this. Let's do some alchemy for a moment here. Spell list, we do this, but we could create a new spell. Could be a 7-pointed spell, even. He's using Chaturga's Circle, which means Uleoth is going to be who he would be weak to. That means we could use... Hold on. What is the key component of Spell 9? It is Antarok and Redgrimmer. So let's do a new spell at 7-pointed. Nope. Yeah, Uleoth. Antarok. Redgormor. And then lots of Paragon. Have fun. Yeah, nice. Squirt. Well, see, that's the thing, is that I didn't... So I'm going to see, and then I'm going to... That's a 7-pointed, so there's no way I'm going to stand still for long enough, but I just want to see if that'll work. For now, let's see if I can, to the quick spell, if I can go to spell list, here, assign 3-point iteration, Uleoth, to this. That doesn't need it, yeah. Okay, so now that that's been done, I need to step way back. Yeah, there's no way that one. That's okay. Alright, so the gun doesn't seem to want to work. Maybe the sword would work. I'm not sure. So here's what I'm thinking. He casts a spell of... it looks like he casts a spell of Chaturga. So what I think, the first thing I think should happen, now that I've seen that, is my gun should probably be enchanted with Uleoth. So that when I'm hopefully shooting the bullets, okay, when I'm hopefully shooting the bullets, it's going to do more damage to him. That's the first thing that probably needs to happen. I don't know how enchanted it needs to be. We'll do a 7 enchanted because that's well, we'll see. We'll see. So the first thing I need to do now that I know what's going on is recover entirely. This could take a few attempts. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, so that's all sanity back. So now what I'm going to do is, let's do new spell. Let's go 7-point. Let's do Uleoth. Nope. I always have to remember I need to read the blasted thing first. So I need to enchant item. I need to remember that is Anterbach Morgamor. Anyway, new spell. New spell, 7-point. Uleoth. Yeah. This one. This one. Okay, that's what needs to happen there. I could do the shield, but I don't think... He's not doing magical attacks, so the shield wouldn't make a big difference, I don't think. Let's do it anyway, just in case. Okay. And then... Okay, that would help me from his magical effects. Reveal invisible, recover. Recover's fine. I think recover's fine. It's going to be tough to recover anyway. Yeah. Complete with not being... Yeah. Let's start with this. Let's start with this. Load save. We'll go ahead and save over the one we just did. No, just in case. We'll do that. And then let's go ahead and... This is loaded. Let's go ahead and... do this. 7-point. This. Nope. Sorry. this cast 7-point Ulioth on my... Here's the question. If I do it on my rifle, does it automatically enchant my ammunition? I'm gonna do it to both that and my ammunition. Just because I'm wanting to be thorough like that. Oh, it does equal enchanted ammo? Okay, that's fine. Then I will leave it alone. Yep, we're gonna open the door. Yeah, enchanted gun equals enchanted ammo is a very good... I appreciate that because I would not have... I would have thought I would have wasted additional magic on that. There's not a lot of time or space to recover within here, so I'm not going to have a lot of time for that. It's going to have to be 3-point recoveries, so I should probably have changed the quick spell to 3-pointed because I'm not going to have time to get off a 5 or 7-point recovery, I don't think. Most of what I need, thankfully, is done. It's just I probably need to go into quick spell and do a 3-point real quick. And then if I die this time, then I'll do it again. Okay, so let's really quickly... go into spell list, let's go into recover, let's go into assign, let's go into that, and that. Yeah. And then make sure I have my rifle equipped, yes. Okay, it bounced off of him still, though. Good lord. He's definitely firing red, so that's got to be Chaturga something. But the gun doesn't seem to be doing... It sounds like it's just ricocheting. What is going on with this? When that happens, I think he's healing. Okay, what is... Let's see. Oh, great. Thank you. Then again, I'm not technically... It's not technically a crab form. He's getting crabby. Yeah, have a good day, Viddy. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Okay. So I feel like that... Hold on, let me come back here and... There we are. Yeah, so I can get away with a 3-pronged one if I time it right. Whoops. He's going to tongue attack. They're all bouncing off of him, though. How do I... Yeah, they all seem to be bouncing off of him. Even though they're enchanted with that. There's no way I'm going to be able to get one off if I do a purple one, right? Oh. Why was that not equipped? I thought I hit equip. I didn't. The game did just give you a new weapon. It gave me the magical attack weapon, which I already had, but I don't have enough time to get magical attacks off. I mean, it gave me this. It gave me the magical elixir, of course, as well, but that's just for me to recharge, I assumed. Let's see. Let's try that. Let's try a magic attack. Let's do... let's make it a quick spell. So let's do magical attack. Let's assign it 3-point this one, and we'll just put it down there. We'll get close for a second. Okay, well, let's come back here, I suppose. So this is what the magical elixir's for. Yeah, the blue magic seemed to do the trick. Okay, so we know that that was the one. Yeah, okay, so that seemed to do it. So it does hit him, but the blue bullets don't seem to bother him. So it's just the blue spell that bothers him. But I don't have enough time to get off any. I don't have enough time to get off a 7 plotted spell or anything. I've got enough time to get off a 3. I wish there were a way to do were a way to enchant my gun with that spell, but I don't think there is. Let's see. Come on. Okay, so we're recovered. Let's go ahead and spell list this one, assign this one, this one, this one. And then recover, assign 3-point this one up. And I don't need the rest. I'm actually more curious as to how your capture device logo appears. Your capture device appears, even though the game's still being played. Going back to the main menu, because the game doesn't actually appear the whole time. So the signal is whenever the game resets itself, it actually does a full reset. It doesn't just go through a soft menu reset. Whenever it stops, it gives a full. It actually does a full, almost a hard reset. Almost a hard reset to go back to the very beginning. And so the capture logo shows when that cuts the signal for that temporary amount of time. Y can be a quick spell. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Well, that makes... Okay, hold on. Let me try that. Let me put that there. Not recover. Magical attack. And assign this to Y. Yeah, that works. That's nice. I didn't even see that. Okay. So let's try and see if that does any better. Let's save, boot. Okay. All right. And did I enchant my weapon already? No, I didn't. Enchanting a weapon doesn't seem to make that big of a difference, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. The thing that makes this difficult is how long it takes to cast any given spell. right? It takes a long... Three tiered spells aren't that bad, but it does take a long time to cast a 5 or a 7 tier. And even a 3-tiered for an attack purpose is really a long time. Like, it's not like when you're immediately conjuring and throwing a fireball, you know? Quick stretch and keeping the stream. Oh, thank you. We'll see if this pops up. If I can do it this time, I'll do it. If not, I've been noticing I've been going for almost 5 hours. I may cut it and then come back to the boss fight the next time. Because again, this has gone longer than I needed it to. And it's already almost 7 p.m. here, so I have to make a cutoff point. Okay, dodge those first. I need this. See, that didn't do very much. Once he's slowed down, it's almost impossible to dodge any of these. And that didn't seem to hurt him either. Okay, so when he's absorbing, I'm wondering if that's the time. You can buy yourself more time with for casting with 3-point shield or damage field. Okay. Okay, so that was kind of the... Oh, really? That can't be it. Yeah, I was gonna say that can't be it. Reload, silly. Okay, he's slow, so let me take this last bit and do this. Okay. I guess he's still alive. Okay, it doesn't do any difference to him. So is he just summoning more? Okay. What do I do? How much ammo do I have for the rifle? Should be enough. Okay, so that he just barely gave me that message. Oh, dang it. Okay, so I need him to do the absorb thing again. Uh-oh. I need him to absorb. He doesn't seem to want to do that, so I'm going to go ahead and recover real quick. I'm not close enough for that to make a difference. Let's see. Oops. Okay. Let's equip this for just now for quicker. Okay, I've got good sanity. I don't have a ton of magic. He can technically reach that far, which is bull. Since he's only vulnerable while flashing, the magic attack always goes for the closest. Oh, I see. That does make sense. There. We'll let them fight it out for a second while I heal. Okay. Okay, that keeps the sanity up. I need to head out. Thanks for streaming. Oh yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm super quiet. I'm super locked in and focused, or trying to be at least. Okay, so he crushed his own zombies. I need to run back and forth for a minute while he's doing this. And luckily, he's just doing this. Get the sanity back. Oh, shoot. Not at the expense of the health. Okay, we gotta figure out how to get... Not enough. Get out of the way. Okay, I got out of the way in time, thankfully. So I guess that's going to be the window of opportunity there. Let's chop his head off and let him fight his brethren accidentally. We're going to chop his head off and let them fight and flail against each other. Till they inevitably grow a new head, or I can just chop them up. Okay, we'll let him come back over here real quick. Chop his head back off so he flails wildly. Chop him up in general. Okay, and I'm going to stay over here when I finish him. That way I can do that. I should have enough magic. Yeah, I have enough magic to do it now. So I just need him to start the casting process. And then I'm going to try to see if this works. This may not work. Get him to do that. And I need him to start glowing. Didn't take any damage at all. I'll use him to help me thin the herd. Alright, we're gonna... There we are. How he got me from there, I'll never know. He's out of people, so he's going to have to start that process soon. I'm out of sanity, though, sadly. I have no more ammo for that gun. That's the problem. He's not even... Yeah, he wasn't even trying at that point. So I'm going to call this one good until I can take some more time to do it. It's going to take me a minute to figure this out, but I think I'll get it down. I'm having fun with it, though. I like this. This is kind of the first major boss fight, so I think it's good. I am going to go ahead and call it, though, at this point. So let me go ahead, and we'll go to our last screen there. This one was a longer stream than I anticipated. Wasn't intended to be, but I appreciate you all for sticking around. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you who popped in. By the way, Banjo the Wizard, a huge thank you to you for helping kind of guide me through this, as well as Vidi for your guidance, which has been incredibly valuable, and I very much appreciate it. And thank you to everybody for being here and keeping me company, because we had a pretty good long chatting stream before. So a big thank you to Ash, Maximum, a big thank you to Ash, Maximum Wesley, Fighting Max, the awesome Banjo the Wizard, Vidi. All of you for popping, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate the talk. And I appreciate getting to have fun and play and do all of this kind of stuff. It's really great to have a community within which I can talk and be candid and yet play games and have fun. I think it's really nice. We had a great conversation, I think, and it was really nice. I mean, just to have an hour of just chatting at the very beginning of that was such a neat thing to do. So, I want to say I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your weekend. I hope that you all have a wonderful week going into this new one. Here we are, already about halfway through. Already halfway through September, if you can believe that. Autumn is coming for most of us, with the exception of Vidi, of course. Spring is coming for you. Autumn is coming for us. And I'm excited about all of this, and it's going to give new vibes, new, I think that's the word for it, vibes, and so new vibes as we move into finishing this horror game, moving into a new horror game, and eventually we're going to take some lightheartedness to it, and then hopefully when it comes October, we're going to go into some really deep dive horror games that I'll put up for vote. Some of them we talked about, so Maximo is kind of the idea, which is a pseudo-horror. Again, if you are interested in voting, you can join at the Discord, which there should be a permanent link down in the description. It's just a place to kind of hang out, put stuff in there. There's no obligation. It's not super lively. It's not one of those types of things. It's just a place where if you feel like it, you can put a comment. You can share a thing. You can share a game. You can, there's all kinds of stuff that can be done. And so that would be my recommendation to you if you happen to want to be a part of that voting piece. But other than that, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you. Again, please feel free to check out the channels below if I happen to not be live or if I happen to not be your exact flavor while I'm playing a certain game. Ash, Omega Gaming, Omega Ace Gaming, Vidi Gaming videos, Vidi's gaming videos, and Vidi Plays, Thumb Bros at both Twitch and YouTube are all four great options. And of course, Ash will have some stuff coming in the near future, which will be awesome. So all of those things are great to check out. And then of course, never least, my beautiful wife at the Siren Ivy, where she does her stuff as well. I highly recommend checking those out. If I'm not live, they're a great alternative. They may even have something that you like that I don't, and I heavily recommend checking them out for that reason. I hope you guys all have a wonderful day, a wonderful week. We'll see you guys next time.